Okay, after months and months of intrigue, we are here at the 2024 NFL Draft. I'm Eric Eager. I'm one of the VPs at SumerSports. I'm with Thomas Dimitroff, the CEO of SumerSports, the former general manager of the Atlanta Falcons, the former director of college scouting for the New England Patriots, two-time Super Bowl champion, two-time executive of the year. How are you doing today?
Here we are. I mean, there was so much energy today, as you know.
Yeah.
We could not stop talking about the draft. Nonstop. You were nonstop. I loved it.
It's my favorite sporting event of the year. You have the intrigue of all 32 teams. And now I know today we have obviously Houston, Carolina, Cleveland not picking, possibly maybe a couple teams moving back into the first round. But every single team today, tomorrow, and Sunday, they all believe that they can turn their roster into a better roster today than they had a season ago, and be better than they were a season ago. And we don't have to look any further than the team that picked second last year, the Houston Texans, picked second and third this time last year, made a big trade for Will Anderson. Were really ballsy when it came to C.J. Stroud. They're not only in the playoffs, Thomas, they're in the second round of the playoffs. I think a lot of teams, starting with the team that's picking first today, the Chicago Bears, must feel the same way.
Oh, there's no question. Look, think about this. 14 months worth of work on this. This isn't just a few months and, spinning into it after the season. These personnel departments, these general managers have done so much work. And then when the coaches are done their season, they fold them right in. So then there's a lot of energy, both coaching and personnel, everyone working towards this time. There's a lot to this. This isn't just, hey, we have a little bit of a feel for this player or that player. There are teams out there and there are general managers out there who are really hot right now. They don't want to admit it, but the hot seats have already started as they are formulating their team. This is a big time for a lot of people in this business.
Absolutely. We're gonna look a little bit here towards the future with the Chicago Bears. They last year were really, they had an opportunity to pick first. They decided not to. They traded back. They went another year with Justin Fields. That didn't work out. They're picking in the top 10 on their own accord again. But they are also picking first because they have Carolina's pick. Carolina decided to move up and get Bryce Young last year. Bryce Young had struggled a little bit as a rookie. And now the Bears are going to be able to get Caleb Williams with the first pick. And with the ninth pick, they're going to be able to do some things that I think are interesting, whether that be trading down, going and getting maybe an offensive lineman to pair with some of their young players there, or take a wide receiver. This is a wide receiver deep draft. Thomas, when you look at this particular draft, because you were one of the best drafters in the NFL during your time, 2008 to 2020. Picked Julio Jones, obviously picked Jake Matthews, and then Caleb McGarry and Chris Lindstrom at the end. This is a draft that's full of offensive linemen, full of wide receivers. 16 and a half is like the projected number of wide receivers plus offensive linemen. When it comes to building pillar pieces of football teams, how important are those two positions?
Vital. And they're vital. And if you can build your team with players from those positions, of course, left tackles, of course, big time receivers, Eric, and you can do it without going into free agency and laying down a ton of booty on it, because that's a big thing, right? We often think, can we go into the draft and can we pull off the number one and the number two receiver somewhere? Can we pull off eventually the left tackle? The last thing we want to do as general managers in this league is to think we're going to go in free agency and try to get the left tackle or the big time receiver. We need to pull those guys from the draft where the values are right and we can grow with those players. So general managers and head coaches going into this draft with the strengths in the areas that are strong this year, this is a very positive draft for a lot of people. And they talk about it. I think about down the street here. We're in Atlanta. Raheem Morris and Terry Fontenot are sitting there thinking, okay, where are we going to go with this draft? How do we continue to build our pillar positions? And we know they need some defense, right? Not necessarily receivers. But in the back of their mind, they're thinking there are a lot of other teams that need receivers. That'll take people out of that market and possibly provide opportunity to be on the defensive side for them to take a bona fide defensive player.
We have a couple questions already in the chat, which is pretty interesting here. Here's from JD Spurgill. How much conviction do you need to have to pick a quarterback as a GM for a QB-needy team if you think you're on the hot seat? This is a situation, right, where what's really cool about this particular draft is the Commanders. You're getting Adam Peters. You're getting your old friend Dan Quinn. they're not on the hot seat. They're going to pick a quarterback. It's going to be their quarterback for a long time. You have Elliott Wolf. You have Gerard Mayo in New England, your former stomping grounds. They're going to get to pick a quarterback in all likelihood at 3, and that was a report by Tom Pelissero a little bit ago. And so they're going to be able to pick a quarterback and kind of not be, anywhere close to this idea of being on the hot seat for a while. Chicago's Caleb Williams is a clear pick. And then from there, right, it does become a question mark of if you're the New York Giants and you had a down year last year, the Minnesota Vikings, you're on year 3 and you just got rid of Kirk Cousins. He's in our backyard now. Sean Payton in Denver, 1 season, kind of didn't want to go his way. And then, of course, you have in Las Vegas an interim coach and Antonio Pierce coming up and being the full-time coach now. I think these team builders are actually in a good position to take a quarterback sort of the right way, Thomas.
Yeah, and I think, there's trading up and there's trading back. There's sitting still. Most of us would love to be able to sit still and get who we wanted, who we've been planning all along, right? However, if you can move back, and I've said this, and you and I've joked about this, if you can move back 5 spots and get a number of players and add to your building blocks, a great thing. But again, there is nothing worse than moving back and all of a sudden you don't get 1, 2, or 3 of the people you're looking at. I refer to it as at that wah moment. Yeah. So we can talk about that a little bit, because that is a bad feeling for people when they move back and they're not able to get that proper quarterback.
Well, I think, and do you think that that's going to be less likely in this draft? Because I want to sort of throw a question to you about falling in love with a player, right? Is a big part of this process, right? You have a scouting background, and so you like to sort of go and watch a player and fall in love with his strengths and everything. And so in a draft where, from my mind, if I'm just looking at it from a numbers perspective, you have 16 wide receivers or offensive linemen projected to go in round 1. Mm-hmm. And so you're like, oh, okay, if we miss on Joe Alt, we'll get J.C. Latham or somebody like that. But in your mind, scheme fit matters, but also just like actually falling in love with the player that you're going to draft matters. And that's I think, covering up some of the fact that there are a lot of linemen in here. Like, some of these teams have some of these guys off their board or don't have them as high as we have them.
Yeah, and think about that. You fall in love, right? We talk about this all the time. We talk about scenario building, right? If you're a team that's going in and you need an offensive lineman, you are going to spend a lot of time ranking those offensive linemen. And you are going to fall in love, and your head coach is going to fall in love with those 1 or 2 guys. If we don't get A, we better damn well get B. And if B falls off the board and there's a run on O lineman and we don't get a chance to pick the 1, 2, or 3 that we're looking for, yep, it becomes complicated. And it becomes a situation where you have to have all of those scenarios lined out, up and out, Eric, so that you don't lose your mind. And of course, calls are coming in and you're trying to work a trade, and then you make a mistake on a trade because you're just not in the game because you are moved, that you're no longer getting player 1 and 2 that you wanted. This comes back to, luckily, there are a number of offensive linemen here for the teams that need O-line, yep, because this is a big deal, right? The pillar positions on your O-line to protect your new quarterbacks, if in fact you're pulling a quarterback as well.
Yeah, exactly. And so you're in a situation where, let's say you let 1 great player fall off the board, 2 great players after a trade back, and those players go on to be cornerstone players for other teams. And you kind of have the situation that Cleveland had when they traded you the 6th pick, right? Where Julio Jones goes on and has a Hall of Fame career. And all of a sudden you're in a situation where they got to watch him play every Sunday. And even though they got a lot of picks from you guys, the Falcons, there's an element of the superstardom that you need on the football team. And when you back up, you might be getting more value on the trade charts from us nerds, but you're not necessarily getting like that superstar pillar player that a Julio Jones would be or a Matt Ryan would be. In this particular draft, you might be thinking about somebody like a Drake May, right? New England, as we talked about before, New England is in a situation now where it looks like Jaden Daniels is the favorite to go second. Caleb Williams has been the favorite to go first for the longest time. It sounds like New England's just going to sit there and take a quarterback, which I know you and I have talked about on air a number of times. I think that there's got to be an offer that maybe a Minnesota or Denver or New York are going to come up and do that maybe could strengthen a roster that New England has. The combination of there not being a ton of great quarterbacks in the next draft and simply knowing that New England's dynasty was built off of obviously, a great staff like you guys, but also because Bill Belichick had Tom Brady. I think that there's the impetus in New England just to get a quarterback.
So can we talk a little bit about trading and the mechanism of trading?
Yeah.
We've talked about it quite a bit as well. It's not that easy. It's not cut and dry for every organization. Not everyone approaches it that way. Back when I was in the league, I was very active 2 and 3 weeks before the draft, Eric, because I lived by that idea. The more information that I could glean through talking to people that might be interested in trading, I had an idea of where they might be. We knew that it could change.
Yep.
Nothing is solidified until you're on the clock. I get it. But being able to have conversations and know categorically teams aren't interested, that's a good thing. Sometimes they're like, T, we're not moving. Or other times they're like, I'm really, really interested. Please come to me 2 picks before, 4 picks before. So just so everyone knows, there's a lot of discussion. Some people very active. Some people have a reputation for being a little bit mischievous or a lot mischievous. We've talked about that too. There are certain GMs out there that you have good relationships with that you really would love to go out to dinner with, Eric, and spend some great times with. But when it came down to trading, when it came down to negotiating a deal, they were going every which way but loose. And those are the type of people that were complicated to work your trades on. So I think the more you have relationships in this league and the more you know the people that you're dealing with, the better you are, I believe, as a trader. So you're not just willy-nilly flying off the board trying to get anyone to trade with you, because that can get complicated and it can be misleading at times.
Yeah, and I think that what's really been interesting about this cycle is people kind of in my old circles in the betting community have been looking at these markets. And, you had Jaden Daniels, the favorite at 2, but it was prohibitive. And then you had all these movements. And I think that what has been a really tough thing for a lot of people is how little people have been leaking stuff. When you're in that chair, Thomas, you obviously have your connections, right? So when you're talking to Scott Pioli of the Chiefs, or when he was with the Chiefs as the GM there, or somebody who's been in the building before, Nick Caserio with you, like you kind of know the kind of players Nick Caserio would like, and so you're probably better able to discern, okay, if I want this player, I'm going to have to jump over the Texans to get him because I know that Nick Caserio likes this kind of player. But there is just like this hidden knowledge of everybody. Like you don't know the other team's big board. And as much as like the public big boards do a decent job in the aggregate, on individual players, they do horribly. And so can you tell me a little bit about that process of going through and trying to decide how far you have to go up for a player? Like, for example, with Julio, how did you know you had to get to 6? Like, I mean, that in that draft, there were a lot of great football players. Obviously, Cam Newton going first, but it was kind of a little shakeup before then. Like, how do you know how far you have to get up to get a player?
This comes back to the prep 2 and 3 weeks out when I was reaching out to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 and beyond, and to find out again who was interested. And quite honestly, who was interested in dealing with me potentially, and how are they interested in dealing with me? We've talked about this, and you can expound on this. The Jimmy Johnson, we all know the Jimmy Johnson charts. We know how important they are. We know that they are respectfully dated, but a lot of people were using those. And when I would reach out to people, they're saying, well, I don't believe in Jimmy Johnson chart, or I do. We have our own chart that we want to deal with. And I'm thinking, well, as the Atlanta Falcons, we don't adhere to your approach. So it can be complicated. And some of those teams were very quick to say, we're not interested. If you're not going to give me A, B, and C, and X, Y, and Z out the gate, then we're not interested in talking. So what happens is you start talking to everyone in the area that you think it might be, and you see how far up you might have to go. And for us back in Julio times in 11, it was all about being in that 4, 5, 6, 7 is where we were. And we knew it was going to be somewhere there that we were going to have to go up. Yeah. We didn't know when A.J. Green was going to get taken. But we knew if A.J. Green was taken, that the next receiver was either going to be him or someone else. Yeah, it was going to be him.
It was going to be him. And to your point, like, and you didn't make that trade before him, which is a smart move, right? You waited until everything actually played out, which of course led you to being able to get him. But that's such a good point. Like, and to your point, calling around, asking, even in our roles here, like we have people who call us and ask about a player. Now that might mean they like the player. That might mean they're trying to vet a different team liking that player. But there are certain clues that you can have, but it's certainly not an exact science. Before we get to the actual draft, which is going to begin in about 3.5 minutes, I do have to shout out a few people. Firstly, our sponsor, Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy, with the promo code SUMER, you get a 100% deposit bonus on your first $100. You can play their pickup game. You can play their best ball. We had a lot of fun, Thomas, this past year playing best ball using some of our models here at Sumer. Underdog Fantasy, in my opinion, is the best fantasy football platform out there. Very generous with their sponsorship here, and we really like having them as a partner here with us at SumerSports with the Draft Show. And obviously, we want to shout out Matt Stopsky, who has actually, behind the scenes has been going through it a little bit with sound and everything. We had actually an internet outage probably 15 minutes before the show, which is why we were on a little bit late. So we want to shout out Matt for his awesome producing. And anytime, most of the time when he's messaging us, it's to make the show better. So we truly do appreciate him. Okay, so we are 2.5 minutes away from the Chicago Bears. This is probably, Thomas, when's the last time a team this good has picked first? It's probably your guy, Les Snead, and the LA Rams in 2016 when they moved up from 15 all the way to 1 to go and get Jared Goff. Since then, it's been Cleveland coming off of a 1-win season. It's been kind of an all over the place. Arizona was a struggling team when they were picking first. This Chicago team got Keenan Allen this offseason, traded last year for Montez Sweat during the year, traded for DJ Moore during the draft last year, drafted Darnell right in the top 10. This is a team that I think can really do some things in the NFC North. This is a really tough division, though. Minnesota won 13 games a couple years ago. Obviously, you have Green Bay and Detroit were both winning playoff games last year. So Chicago's got a pretty big lift to go through. But this is a really good start.
It's unbelievably important, as we know. We talked about this, Mitch Trubisky under Ryan Pace, who I'm a big fan of. I love Ryan. Things didn't work out there, of course. And then we think about Fields, Justin Fields. And now we're in a situation where this is another massively important move for Ryan Poles, right? The decision to trade away, the decision to move Fields to Pittsburgh at the
really low price.
At a low price.
Six round pick, conditional.
Everyone needs to understand the pressures on these general managers to make the right moves and to make the right move. Look, we all know Caleb Williams is a heck of a talent at so many levels, right? He'll be able to do wonders for this organization as long as they have the plan. I'm a big believer in that, right? It's not just the quarterback. It's making sure that you have the coordinator in the right space, the position coach in the right space, of course, and the quarterback that you need to be working with, right? Meaning understand his scheme, understand that you have the right support cast, not only the receivers, tight ends, and running backs, but of course the O-line. It's not an easy feat. When people say, well, why? And you asked me this the other day. Why is it not a sure thing? Like, why is it not a sure bet that you can't just take a talented guy like this who moves around, can do anything, throw off balance, ad lib, but it's still not a sure shot? Well, it has to do with everything. It also has to do with personality. Will he come in and be the leader that you truly want? We have all the analytics. Talk about that a little bit. You're not measuring the analytics, the passion, the heart, the fire, the intensity of a person through the data that we're working at SumerSports.
Yeah, by the way, speaking of the data, you just saw a graphic up on the show. This was by our great group, Tej Seth, Ashley Prue were instrumental in building those. Tej Seth, part of our group of 4 that are at the draft in Detroit, we'll probably throw to them in the second half of this first round, but it's a really cool team effort here. But yeah, I mean, with a lot of these, and our stats are, some of those stats are, by the way, powered by StatsBomb, a great analytical company, a great partner with us. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that you have all the stats on quarter. You have completion percentage, you have completion percentage over expected, which takes into account how difficult the throw was. You have, sack rate, you have pressure to sack ratio, which is a huge deal and translates incredibly firmly from college to pro for a lot of quarterbacks. But the big thing is, what we found out at Sumer, what you've known forever, and it was very good for you to sort of instill this here, is you need to still scout the players. You still need to have the inputs, because every single time, and I've been doing this, I've been, working in football for almost 10 years now, and full-time, for the better part of a decade. And it's like, every time I've missed on a player in the draft, there was a personal thing. There was something injury-wise. There was something medical. There was something that you guys in your field are almost always able to uncover, right? There are going to be things that scouts can't uncover, for example, like, you're sort of scouting the potential, you're sort of scouting the ability, and we're measuring kind of the production, and those are sort of oftentimes two different things, but we really do still need to have and a firm grasp on, what is his mental makeup? How does he get along with his teammates? That's why scouts go to games, to watch him interact with his teammates. And that's something that, with Caleb Williams, he's been mostly a can't miss prospect in this whole process, but there have been question marks about some of those things with him that I think have bared mentioning.
I think a guy like Caleb Williams, and again, when we're talking about all that other stuff, right? How difficult it is to make that call and to think, okay, there are personality elements. I want to come back to that a bit, just because I have said, I think there are teams out there that might be relieved that they don't have to make that first pick, because if there's one, two, or three things that they're trying to figure out personality-wise about Caleb Williams, again, we've heard it. He is beyond talented, and you don't look back. If you're talking about, let's go to the most obvious, something like painted nails.
Yeah.
Is that really an issue? We've seen some of the toughest guys in the world who are UFC fighters paint their nails. So let's keep that in perspective. But do you start thinking, how is that? And how does that play in? And is that something that plays against what your people think within the building? Again, small thing, but can it build into something that is a lot more than it is, like it may have? Going up into the stands, hanging out with parents during the time, right? There are things that are talked about that way. You don't think they're big things, but you want to check them off like, no, it's fine. We're good with that, right? And I think, of course, Chicago has done that.
Yeah, it's a little, I would just say that there's always a little bit of resistance in established industries like the NFL with people who are a little bit countercultural. And countercultural people have contributed a lot, right? And so if Caleb Williams comes in and is one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL, he might open the door for other people who may not feel a certain way. But until that point, there's always going to be question marks about it. And so I think that that's a very reasonable thing to think about. When I look at his game, the one thing I do worry about is how, when things broke down last year, under pressure, he was not as efficient as he was the year before. Under pressure statistics are pretty flimsy year to year, but when you're an NFL quarterback playing on a team that is picking first, even if you're the Bears, who have got there by trade, you are going to be in a situation where things are going to break down sometimes. Matt Eberflus is on year 3. So far in his first 2 years, they haven't won a lot, right? Like, how are you going to deal with that adversity? At USC and at Oklahoma, there were times when adversity was, ran in his way a little bit. And so to me, I think that's going to be a question that we're all going to have for him, is how is he going to handle adversity in Chicago? So
I want to backtrack for a minute and not put you on the spot, but you're really good at being put on the spot.
Sure.
You mentioned earlier, have we ever had a team that is this good have the first pick? And they have not won a lot. Again, my pushback is, why do you think they're that good?
Well, I think that they've built, we want to be semantically responsible, but like the fact is there's 2 teams in that division that started their regimes at the same time, Minnesota and Chicago. Minnesota decided to extend Kirk Cousins a few years and basically, kind of move forward with that and do a competitive rebuild. And that has yielded them the 11th pick this draft, because they struggled a little bit after Kirk Cousins got hurt. And a roster that has some pillar players, Jefferson, Darisaw, guys like that, who are solid, very solid pillar pieces. But is their roster, if you look at our internals here at Sumer, is their roster that much better than the Bears? No. And that's 2 years in. The Bears started kind of from scratch, right? And over time, they were able to sort of change the offensive line. They got Braxton Jones in there. They got Darnell Wright in there. They were able to get Cole Kmet on a contract extension as a tight end who has been pretty productive. They have, Keenan Allen. They have DJ Moore now at wide receiver. at the running back position, Roshan Johnson, Khalil Herbert are good players. And then on the defensive side of the ball, you look at what they've been able to do with the draft picks. Obviously, they use the pick on Montez Sweat. They go out and get Kyler Gordon, Jaquan Brisker, guys like that. Jalen Johnson, they retained from the previous regime. And then they got 2 linebackers in free agency. So Tremaine Edmonds and TJ Edwards. So, I think that they're building, right? And to your point, it hasn't accumulated to wins yet. But if you look at it on paper, they're a pretty good roster.
They're a good roster.
Yeah.
But we always say, and our owners always say in this league, it's about the wins, right? Back to this is a very, very important time for the Chicago Bears in the top 3, 4, or 5 picks, to roll with it, right? How important that is.
Yeah.
So
we're having a little bit of technical difficulties with the camera here. We're going to pan to me for a second while Matt gets the camera all fixed up here. But yeah, they're a good roster, and in that vein, I think that there's going to be expectations of them that are a little bit that are going to be pretty high. And in that division, Minnesota, Chicago, Green Bay, and Detroit, I think that has the potential to be the best division in the entire NFL for quite some time. Hopefully we can get the camera thing resolved here. The Bears are on the clock currently, and we have Eminem doing a little bit of an introduction here as they get the Detroit crowd fired up for the Bears being on the clock here. Let's go ahead and throw that up on the screen here with the Bears being on the clock with a few of the projections that the Bears have. Thomas, when you're in this position, right? You were in this position at the beginning of 2008. What's going through your mind if you're Ryan Poles right now, or is it a foregone conclusion for you with Matt Ryan? There were 2 players that had to be picked ahead, but for Ryan Poles, he kind of knows a priori kind of who the pick is going to be, but there's still going to be butterflies here. Yeah.
All you want to do is make sure you want to get the pick in. You want to get it in on time. You want to make sure that your person at the draft, by the way, so everyone knows, the people at the draft are not the decision makers. It might be the video guy, or it might be the tech guy. It's not anyone involved in the draft process. You just hope that person doesn't trip on the way up to delivering the card saying exactly who they wanted to pick. But in the end, Ryan Poles is ready to go. He's been thinking about this for months and hates sitting on his hands, I'm sure. Yeah,
for sure. And luckily, I think for them, and now they got Calvin Johnson running out to the middle here. One of the great former Detroit Lions, Barry Sanders, coming out here as well. Barry Sanders in 1989. Thomas, that has to be the best top 5 of all time, right? 1989. Troy Aikman 1. Tony Mandrich 2, obviously, is an issue. You had, and then it was Barry Sanders, and then Derek Thomas, and then Deion Sanders. That top 5, I think, was probably one of the best. You have Aiden Hutchinson up there as well, who's helped sort of turn around the Detroit franchise after being picked second. Amon-Ra St. Brown as well, getting that contract extension through the window there as well. So
I think you need to give a shout out. We're talking Detroit here for a minute.
Yeah.
I mean, what Brad Holmes did, and how he operates well with Dan Campbell, really happy for him and proud of him as a friend. I just think he's going for it. And I love how he's approaching it, right? He's got good support there, as you know. He's got good support. He's got good presidential. He's got a lot of people helping him in a lot of positive ways, as well as Chris Spielman, being the good senior endorser of a lot of really good things.
Well, in the Ford family, obviously they had, the Ford family has done a pretty good job of, supporting this team over the past few years. And they were another team, Thomas, that when Brad Holmes came in, they were rebuilding. They moved off of Matthew Stafford. They got a bunch of draft picks for Matthew Stafford. They've been able to sort of move ahead, sort of with the rebuild, and they built from the trenches in a lot of ways, right? They had Frank Ragnow at center already. They had Taylor Decker there, for former first-round pick. But when it came time, when everybody's asking the question, is it Jamar Chase or is it Penei Sewell? Penei Sewell was the pick for Detroit after Cincinnati took Chase. Cincinnati is probably very happy they have Chase, of course. But the Lions have Sewell, and now they build with Amon-Ra St. Brown in round 4 of that year. Both of those guys, by the way, got contract extensions this past week. Looks like Roger Goodell. By the way, Roger Goodell, I know we're having some issues with the camera here, but Roger Goodell kind of wearing a similar getup as we are, like a light blue shirt underneath, a darker blue trim there. So we're in a good we're in a good stead here with we're in good company with the dress here. The Bears are on the clock, 9 minutes left. Hopefully, for the sake of content, the first 2 picks, they can get off the board quickly here.
Well, we've also talked about this recently. I keep coming back to this because we've been talking about everything.
Yeah.
Talking about a potential stadium coming around the corner, right? Which leads me, I'm talking about Chicago, right? What President Kevin Warren has to do. Made a massive hire. I know it's a little off topic here in Ted Cruz, bringing him on from your Kansas City Chiefs.
Yep.
So, I mean, where Chicago is right now, there's a lot going on in that city, right? And that organization, about the direction of this organization, how important it is.
Well, and it's interesting. So let's talk about that for a second, because Kansas City to Chicago, we've already had polls go from Kansas City to Chicago. We have, Ted Cruz going from Kansas City to Chicago. We have Brant Tillis going from Kansas City to Carolina. You start to see this, right? And you were part of the Patriot paradigm where, at the beginning, it was Belichick, it was Romeo Crennel, it was Charlie Weiss, it was Al Groh, it was you, it was Scott Pioli, it was Eric Mangini. It was like the whole group, right? And obviously for those first, the Chiefs have won 3 Super Bowls in the last 5 years. For those first bunch of Super Bowls, the keeping the band together makes a lot of sense. But eventually people start to look at a Thomas Dimitroff and be like, holy buckets, this team can actually, draft quite well. The New England Patriots can actually draft quite well. What about, let's make him a GM, right? Scott Pioli, the same thing. Charlie Weiss, is really calling good plays. Now he's the head coach. He became the head coach in Notre Dame, things like that. Romeo Crennel becomes head coach with Cleveland. Mangini becomes head coach with the Jets. And do you see an issue with Kansas City now where it's like, at some point, there's enough Super Bowls to win, and some of these guys like Ted Cruz, like Brant Tillis, they're going to be sought after elsewhere. And as much as Andy Reid is brilliant, and as much as we love Brett Veach and how much he's played a role in this, and Patrick Mahomes, there is an element of how much can you keep that group together, and how much continuity has played a part in this. And, with New England, right after 2004, the Patriots didn't win another Super Bowl until 2014. It took a while for them to kind of have that success again.
This is a catch-22 situation for an organization, a head coach, a general manager, even an owner, right? Where is the morale? How far do you go allowing people to achieve their dreams? How much do you hold back? If you hold back for 1 and 2 years, all of a sudden those people that are your main people who are loyal to your organization become a little agitated, right? So there is a fine line there, Eric, about allowing people to go and take the interviews and or not, and where you are and how you approach it. There are certain rules out there. If, just so everyone knows, if you are being interviewed for a final football say decision-making position, the team can't hold you back. But there are a lot of other positions there that as a team you might want to hold back. But in the end, it's the negative effects of it, Eric, that you're not coming to the table to allow these people to achieve their dreams.
Yep.
That can be complicated. That can be really, really complicated. So
yeah, for sure. And just a little bit of inside baseball to your point, where there's something called a primary football executive, and that's basically a general manager. It depends upon the situation. There's places like Cincinnati where Duke Tobin is that person, but he doesn't have that title of GM. And then there's what's called the secondary football executive, which again, like there are rules about whether or not you can interview and when you can interview, and those teams, they can go up and they can block those, for example, and in some cases it probably benefits the team to do so, but it also can create morale issues, right? And this, football is just endeavoring to, just like any other sport and any other human endeavor, where it's all about cohesion, it's all about teammates, it's all about that kind of thing, and it can be tough. So kudos to Kansas City for how much they've been able to keep the band together.
So I'm sitting there looking as we're talking about that, Eric, and I'm looking at the draft room in Chicago, and they're all sitting there waiting. everyone can say, well, that's just the league saying, hey, let's prolong this and let's keep it exciting. You never know. But you never do know, Eric. There may be in the final moment someone throwing it out there, some unbelievable offer. You just never know. And to sit there and say, I'm going to pull the tag off the board at 9 minutes and 30 seconds, it's honestly not smart. You just don't know.
What would you, Thomas, do? By the way, we're split screening here now because so we just had some technical difficulties with the camera, but we should be good. Our superstar producer Matt Stopsky on the call here, so you have me and Thomas, both of our faces. Thomas, that camera ahead of you, there. What kind of offer if you're the Bears here? Like just play play house for a second here, right? What if a team came up and offered you for this pick? What would it have to be? Like if Washington wanted to move up one spot and take Caleb Williams, what kind of offer would it have to be? It would have to be extraordinary, yes?
It'd have to be extraordinary. It would have to be, honestly, for me, it would have to be 3, 4, maybe 4+ first-round picks. I mean, it's going to have to be into years into the future. It has to be something that is outrageously groundbreaking, which won't happen in that situation.
Yeah.
But you need to step back and see if there's maybe someone digging into the wine before the draft. I'm joking. Of course, it would never happen. You never know.
And then your owner has to be on board with it. And that's what's so hard. It's funny, a couple weeks ago, we were meeting with an NBA team about them going from 1 day of drafting to 2 days of drafting. And what was really interesting was this idea of like how fast the picks come in and how little time you have. 10 minutes doesn't feel like that long, but it's you really don't have the time, I think, to make a lot of these decisions. But somebody could come up and give the Bears a Godfather offer for Caleb Williams' pick, and they have to be prepared for that.
He looks a little agitated.
It's interesting. The pick is in, by the way.
Yes, pick is in.
And everybody, Ryan Poles hugging everybody here. Everybody in that room looking happy. The Bears, in all likelihood, have gotten their cornerstone quarterback. We have to wait for Roger Goodell to go ahead and say it.
Yeah.
But yeah, and all indications is that it's Caleb Williams with the Bears' first pick, and we're moving on to Washington, who is in all likelihood. Now, we didn't know this last year at the time. We were surprised with the number 2 pick and the number 3 pick, but we are going to get Caleb Williams, I think, as the first pick for the Chicago Bears. So, Thomas, our second annual draft show, we're 1 pick in. Caleb Williams, Chicago Bears.
Here we are. I mean, yes, Caleb Williams. Nice call.
Thank you.
Eric,
well, I'm 1 for 1 so far. Williams giving everybody some hugs, which would be great. He actually looks like he's relieved.
I think he's relieved. I mean, the guy's been waiting. He's been through all of the interviews at so many levels and the discussions and trying to dig into all the stuff that everyone's been wondering about.
Yep.
Just because they do. And there were people out there throwing darts just to see what would happen to the draft order. But of course, he's ready to go. What a really cool pick for that organization. Let's move forward on the third quarterback in how many years?
Well, I mean, let's even go through it, right? I mean, the Bears in this century, right? You're talking about Rex Grossman. You're talking about Jay Cutler. You're talking about, obviously Mitch Trubisky and Justin Fields, and now Caleb Williams. The Bears, Thomas, have never had a 4,000-yard or 30 touchdown passer.
That's unbelievable to me. And how so.
Yeah, I mean, he hopefully is the first one. I mean, you'd hope that the Chicago Bears are going to pluck that one off the board here with Williams here. And now the Washington Commanders, who the last time the Washington Commanders were picking second, Thomas, it was because of a trade up, right? It was they traded all those picks to the Rams for the right to draft RG3, and RG3 had a phenomenal rookie year, right? He was a Pro Bowler as a rookie. And since then, it didn't turn out really well for them. They've gone to the well a few times. They went with Dwayne Haskins. It's just been a really rough road for them. Kirk Cousins was a plus starter for a while, but they let him go. Alex Smith broke his leg in kind of a tragic fashion in 2018. And so now Washington has the opportunity to to make right at this position and bring Adam Peters Adam Peters and Dan Quinn into the fold here after a 4-13 year with Sam Howell at quarterback.
So I know Dan very well, have massive respect for him, right? I'm so glad that he's gotten a second chance to go in here and make a move towards the Super Bowl. Hopefully, I know that's where his head is. You know, he's done some great things in this league. Adam Peters, first-time general manager in his, I think, mid-40s, right? Is he 44, I think?
Yep.
Adam comes in with a very unique perspective. Of course, he was with us at the New England Patriots. He goes from the Patriots over to the Broncos, works for a good friend of mine and a very, very talented football man in Matt Russell, who was with John Elway there for a number of years, right? And then from there, he goes over to San Francisco and works for, he works for John Lynch and the group there who knows they all know a lot about football, about putting teams together. And what he also comes to the table with, right, wrong, or indifferent, and no one truly knows what his involvement was with the quarterback pick. How many years ago was it?
3 years ago. Yeah.
Was it 3 years ago?
2021.
Right?
Yep.
And you learn from the mistakes of an organization, right? So I am sure that Dan Quinn, because Dan is a very, very thoughtful person, and he wants to dig into the good, but he also wants to dig into the challenges and the mistakes to find out what went awry. What went awry in San Francisco when they thought they were going to get the quarterback for years to come? They follow up with Mr. Irrelevant, who kicks a lot of butt. But there's a quarterback there who moved on. And so my point is, Adam Peters looks at that and talks to Dan Quinn a lot about this. How are we going to avoid the problem that we had in San Francisco for another quarterback 3 years ago?
Yeah, and it does look like they're still on the clock, but it looks like the big favorite by the time the process was coming to a conclusion was Jayden Daniels. And it does look like Jayden Daniels, we'll wait for the official pick here, but it does look like Jayden Daniels is the pick. It looks like Adam Peters is on the phone with who he's picking here. They kept it close to the vest, right? They keep everything in San Francisco close to the vest. They're keeping everything close to the vest here. It's the exact opposite, though, Thomas, right? Trey Lance was a guy that threw like less than 100 passes when trailing as a member of the North Dakota State Bison, right? And now you have Jayden Daniels, who's been in college football for 5 years. And so you got a lot of film and a lot of him in all kinds of circumstances, in the Pac-12, in the SEC, with great receivers, with less good receivers. So you have almost the exact opposite in Daniels here with respect to what it's going to look like for the Washington Commanders as far as do they know what they're getting? The Niners didn't really know what they were getting in Trey Lance. Yeah. What they saw was, okay, we've made the Super Bowl with Jimmy Garoppolo. We've won games with Nick Mullins and CJ Beathard, not as many. But there's only so far that kind of midliner quarterback can take you, right? And so they, in the Super Bowl in 2019, they lost a 10-point lead to the Chiefs in the fourth quarter. And they said, look, we want a quarterback that can be Patrick Mahomes. And Trey Lance, and if you squinted, could have those traits. It never materialized for them. And now, you end up with a different guy here in Daniels, hopefully with all kinds of that potential there.
So Trey Lance, as we know, by the way, there were gaps in his performance, right? Gaps in participation. Right?
2020, he played one game
exactly
the whole fall.
Those are the things that I think you have to truly learn from. Yes, that can happen at other positions and they can rise to the occasion. When you're talking about a quarterback, you're walking a very fine line there. Could be a linebacker or a DN, that's a little different. The fact that Jayden Daniels continued to get better all the time is something that I love. I know we've talked about that. Some can argue otherwise. And there are other stats out there that you've talked about before that are concerning for Jayden. Might not be for the average person. Someone like you who understands the data side would say, okay, look into this, which is what we like, right? Ultimately, I do believe that the ability to scramble and the stat that you want to talk about very quickly is a concern. I think it has something to do, at least in my humble opinion, of his ability to be so athletic and so able and capable of playmaking that at times those guys, like Caleb, they'll scramble and they'll put themselves in a tough spot because they think they can do more than anyone else on the planet because they are rare athletes.
Yeah, and we've seen that with Patrick Mahomes, right? He can free roll an offense because he can move out and really protect his offensive line. I think that's the potential with Daniels, but both Daniels, May, and Williams have all had high pressure to sack ratios in their career. For example, as you can see on our screen, 8th among the quarterbacks in this class, but he's good everywhere else, of course. And so it's going to be a question mark as to whether Washington can build that offensive line around him. Let's go ahead. It is Daniels with the pick to Washington. What we have, though, at SumerSports, Thomas, and you are very instrumental in this, is we have a scouting staff, and our scouts have done some write-ups and some voiceovers on some of these players. Let's go ahead and throw to Matt the voiceover that we have for Caleb Williams.
Tape and it's pretty obvious. He's an amazing athlete. He can beat with his legs. He's got an outstanding arm. So I don't think it takes much to see he's a playmaker, no doubt. However, what struck me the most after watching 7 or 8 of his tapes is his ability to win within the pocket, which ultimately you have to do no matter how good an athlete you are. In the NFL, you got to win in the pocket. He's got an innate aware, an innate feel. He can beat you with pocket mechanics, and he can beat you with athletic ability.
I would love to see him.
And that was Mike Mayock, the former general manager of the Las Vegas Raiders, and a former scout for NFL Network as well, as he talked about Caleb Williams. I know we'll go ahead and we'll do a few more of those in the future here. But Jaden Daniels is the pick for Washington. We now are on the clock with the New England Patriots. This is a one, Thomas, where I do believe that the New England Patriots are at least going to entertain trades, right? When you're thinking about Minnesota Vikings at 11, when you're thinking about the Denver Broncos at 12, even the New York Giants at 6. This is a situation where I think that they should at least be taking offers.
They have to take offers. But in the end, we know where New England is. We know what they need. We know they haven't had anyone since Tom Brady and beyond, right?
Yep.
At the quarterback position. And yes, the feeling is let's continue to trade back like they've always done there. But I also believe that Elliott Wolf, this is his first time at the helm, basically making the picks. He comes from the Green Bay Packers. His father was a longtime general manager. They've been around quarterbacks. I just don't see them trading out of this spot. And I would not like to see it. Personally, I'd like to see them hang, and I'd like to see them continue to build at that position.
Okay, and the pick is in. So they are picking, and they have gone with Drake May of North Carolina. So we have no trades so far. First 3 picks. Best 3 quarterbacks are off the board. Drake May, North Carolina. You have some connections with the Tar Heels.
Yeah.
This, again, I have my concerns about their roster, but if they're going to get a quarterback into the building, Thomas, this feels like the right quarterback to get in the building.
I think it's the right quarterback. I mean, to me, this is the type of guy that New England needs to step in after a long run with a guy like Tom Brady. I think it's ideal for them. Smart, represents very, very well. And maybe not the same status of athleticism of the first 2 quarterbacks taken. But again, those guys were rare in my mind. This guy Drake May is still a very good athlete and a big guy who moves around well, like we're talking about, right? Like some of the quarterbacks out there that you don't have to be 6 feet anymore and move like some of these guys. These guys continue to blow me away being as big as they are and move. And I think he's one of those guys. Does he have some learning and growth to do? Yes. Do you make sure you surround him with the right people? Yes. Be interesting to see what they do as far as building around him.
When you were evaluating him, what did you think his weaknesses were? Like, why, for example, why do you think that Washington went with Jaden Daniels instead of May? Like, what do you think that the stack breaking was there? Or here, conversely, if the draft order was changed, if New England was picking second and Washington was picking third, do we still get the ordering of Daniels and May? Or do you think that this is kind of a Cliff Kingsbury likes Daniels type of thing, and May is kind of more that big physical guy who can win up in the Northeast? Like, what do you think? Do you think that these two are close together, or do you think that there's a gap? And if there's a gap between May and Daniels, where does that gap originate from?
Personally, I think they come to the table with some similarities, of course, not the same athletic ability as I just mentioned. I just think on the Drake May thing, I think there's a little more maybe overanalyzing, and some of that element I think is going to have to settle in, right? Where I think watching Jaden, I think there felt like there was a little bit more intuitive, like let's just go, let's make the play. A little bit of overthinking, a little bit maybe on my mind on the Drake May side. Although let me just say, I mean, I love them. I think it's both of those guys are, I think, closer than we really think. And again, to have three quarterbacks like this with this much talent, no one's walking away going, gosh, we kind of ended up with this guy. Which
brings me to my last question, because now the Cardinals, so the Goodell has announced the pick now, so it is May. Cardinals are on the clock at 4. You asked me this question today when we were hanging out. What's the first pick that's going to get traded? You said Arizona. I said New England, so I was wrong. You still could be right here with respect to this. Do we think that the Cardinals stay here, or do we think that they trade out?
I think they think about trading out. I think every team here has thought about trading out. It's incumbent upon them to make sure they dig in to decide what's there. But because it is such a prime receiver group, that I think Monty Ossenforth, remember everyone, Monty comes from New England. He has a very good feel for what we did for many years as far as trading back. And I think he's going to dabble in that and see, hey, look, I could go back a handful here and still get a legitimate receiver to continue to build around our quarterback. So I think they seriously are considering this.
Yeah, I think so too. I also think Harrison's the favorite here, and it might just end up being a chalky thing. Marvin Harrison, for my money, Thomas, Marvin Harrison, the best wide receiver in this class. I know that there's a little bit in the way of, Malik Neighbors, has a great deal of potential as well. But yeah, that to me, I think that's a winning on the outside as an X receiver is a rare trait. So, So I think that's I think that's what separates Harrison here. There's about 5 minutes left on the clock. It does not look like they're trading it though, right now with Arizona. So if Arizona does pick, I do think it is Harrison, which will, you think about Arizona, right? With Monty Ossenforth building that team up. They have 11 picks in this draft, one at the end of the first round.
Well, Steve Keim was there, and he made some big picks over the years, right? Prior to Monty getting there, they've had some big receivers there, right? How do you look? You've seen, and you've looked at the data on Marvin Harrison. I mean, when you look at Marvin Harrison, you look at some of the talent that Arizona has had in the past. Is it a market difference for you, or do you think, hey, they need another big guy in there, come in at what is he, 6'03", I mean, he's a big guy, 210, 215-ish, Harrison.
Yeah, he's in that 6'4", like 210 range or so. And I think that when it comes to, again, I think he kind of reminds me a little bit of AJ Green a little bit. I know everybody's going to talk about his dad, Marvin Harrison Sr., but I think when I think about him, I think about a guy that can win on the outside. He did not test though. And it's interesting here. There's a question I have for you. So he has not signed up. He has not given his release to be on to do image and likeness with the NFL. He didn't test at all. He didn't do any interviews at the combine. He didn't do a pro day. There is a little bit of a worry there too, but knowing where he comes from as far as his family's concerned, knowing his production at Ohio State, all those things, it eliminates a lot of the uncertainty for me, but it is interesting, isn't it?
No, it is interesting. And those kind of things for NFL people what used to be a real issue. I mean, there were guys and there were staffs like the most respected guy out there in Bill Polian who they would not draft players if they didn't have a 3-cone. You know, if they didn't have their complete data set on these players and they didn't work out, they would threaten that and a lot of people would do that, right? They would call the agent and say, look, we're not drafting your guy. Mm-hmm. And the agent's like, yeah, you'll draft him, believe me, even if he doesn't have a broad jump or a vertical jump, you'll draft him. But it was just one of those things that everyone wanted complete. And, you know, the fact that he might not have worked out at the combine or didn't complete his set, so to speak, we all know where he comes from. He comes from such good people and good stock, as they say. I don't think they're concerned about that. He looks like he's ready to roll.
Yeah.
I think there's no trading out of this pick right now.
No.
Looks like Monty's ready to go.
The pick is Harrison. And so I look at the Cardinals, right? You look at the Rams. We were a pop-up team last year. No one expected them to do much. The Niners obviously were in the Super Bowl, and Seattle had a winning record. But I look at the Cardinals in that NFC West, and I think to myself, you got a head coach that has a clue. I think Gannon is a very good head coach. You're starting to build things, right? Murray came back from injury, played pretty well. They're going to need some offensive line help. I think they'll probably get that later in the first round. Defensively, they need some pillar players. They need a pass rush. They need some good players in the secondary. But this is a team I think is starting to build things the right way. And you can't I think in a few years we're not going to be able to deny where the Cardinals are moving up. They kind of remind me a little bit of the Lions, as you said, with Brad Holmes and kind of how they started everything here. The Los Angeles Chargers are on the clock. Now, this is the team that I thought I thought New England was going to trade the third pick, but they didn't. This team now we're starting to get into J.J. McCarthy territory. The betting market on J.J. McCarthy was 5.5, meaning if you bet under on J.J. McCarthy pick position and he doesn't go here, you lose. Mm-hmm. And so I think a lot of people think that the Chargers are going to leverage this pick. J.C. Latham was being touted to them most recently, and I don't think J.C. Latham's a top 5 pick in this draft. And so I think people are trying to connect the Chargers to Latham after a trade. And so you got to think that Joe Hortiz, Corey Krawick, the former Ravens brass, very trader heavy there, trading back a lot. They're going to be on the clock right now, trying to trade that pick. If they stay there, they have some pretty good options though. Joe Alt, tackle from Notre Dame, best tackle on the board by many people's. Obviously, you also have Malik Neighbors, the wide receiver from LSU as well. Chargers really can't go wrong here with picking a player or trading the pick.
No, and I think for them, when you read about what Jim Harbaugh is saying about O-line and how important that is to them, building the right way and making sure that they continue to protect for someone that we think is an incredibly talented quarterback, right? I mean, Herbert, if he has the right situation around him, I think that he can be one of the best. That's what I believe. I've always believed he has such skill. And I think that when Jim comes in, Jim is they've looked this up and down. The only way, though, back to your point, there are some good offensive linemen. And if they traded back, they could trade back into a spot and still get a bona fide O-lineman that can continue to protect very well. Are they top 5 guys? I don't believe so, like you're saying.
Yeah, exactly. And the other question is, right tackle, left tackle has been less of an important thing over the years, but, they already have Rashawn Slater there at left tackle. Joe Alt has been almost always a left tackle when he's played at Notre Dame. There is some projection there, right? And moving a guy over and having him play right-handed when he's been playing left-handed his whole career is going to be a projection. So I can understand why they maybe want a guy like J.C. Latham to come in and play right tackle for them in a road grading fashion.
Well, I think, here we are in a situation where, okay, let's talk about the people that are knocking on their door and what's going on right now. I guarantee they're on both banks of the phones. Remember how I've said that? There's an NFC bank of phones and a AFC bank of phones, and they're taking calls right now. There's no question about it. And they're trying to sift through it to decide on do they move or not. And it's not an easy decision. Remember, guys like you, I'm saying the high intellects,
the nerds, the dorks.
Well, you can say that.
Yeah.
And they're working with their trade calculators right now.
Yep.
They are going deep into this to try to decide whether they should do this or not. Don't think they haven't gone over and over it right now. Of course they have. But there might be new ideas coming in, new decisions, new phone calls saying not only is it the players that we've talked about, or the draft slots, but we're interested in moving some players as well. You never know how it's going to play out.
Yeah, and moving players is harder, but like to your point, there's a couple players, Brandon Ayuk, as well as T. Higgins, who are both on the block today. Like those trades are going to require some cap maneuvers that to make it work.
Yeah.
It does look like, well, the Chargers have yet to trade the pick, and so we're in a pretty good I think a position where they're about to be off the clock here and having actually used the pick. And
okay.
Yeah. This is so it looks like unless our wires are getting crossed here, it looks like Joe Alt is the pick, Thomas.
Look, I'm happy for him. I mean, he's the Baselli-like, addition to an organization. I think, build around him. We talk about pillar players all the time. The bloodlines that he has, right? I mean, look, this is the type of guy that I can imagine their head coach 100% not looking back if, in fact, he does take him.
J.J. McCarthy is still on the board, and the next of the quarterback needy teams, the Giants, are right there. And so now, okay, well, let's make sure and confirm that Joe Alt's the pick. Our producer extraordinaire, Matt Stopsky, a Giants fan, and is looking at me with some disgust. But yeah, it's for sure a really trying time here. I actually want to dive deeply with you on the Giants here. Once we get confirmation that it is all so far, no trades, by the way. First 5 picks, no trades. A lot of fanfare goes in these trades, but top 10 picks, you don't get them very often. I was on the phone with one of my friends who has one of these picks, and I said, this might be the highest you ever pick, right? And so you get a pillar player. Talk about Tony Baselli. Baselli, of course, was the Jaguars, one of their first draft pick of all time, and obviously made the Hall of Fame, like a very pillar player. The Jacksonville Jaguars were in the AFC Championship game the second year of their existence. And very much because they built around him, and obviously Mark Brunell was a big part as well, Tom Coughlin. But that you can't go wrong there. He's going to have to switch sides with Slater there, but a very, very good pick.
Let's talk about Joe Ortiz for a minute.
Yeah.
The new general manager there, who you one time called Horowitz.
Yeah, I did on air.
The reason I say that is because we get caught up in names of the guys that we know. How many times have I messed up on some of your data people that I know are big time names?
Yeah.
And I say that because it's funny. Like, look, here we are. Joe Ortiz is kind of an unknown commodity amongst the media. It's like when I went in, you want to talk about feeling embarrassed, when I went in to flip the coin for Matt Ryan, and the head of all of personnel in the league sees me walk in, and he's like, what in the hell are you doing in here? We said no media in here. They thought I was some media.
Well, that's just because you got great hair and you dress well,
no,
Thomas.
But they didn't know who I was. The point is with
Yeah.
Joe Ortiz, some people don't know Joe. Joe is a very good, talented football man. He's going to work really well with
the Ravens are in a similar position. I mean, we saw this. So let's back up before. And by the way, we've gotten word a little bit that from ESPN that teams are calling about Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert doesn't have a tradable contract, by the way. So that I think is a tough look for the NFL there. But
they're calling about him, meaning what?
Yeah, they want to trade for him, which of course
you
would want to trade for Justin Herbert. He's one of the top 5 quarterbacks in the whole league. But okay. So the Ravens, Ortiz, right? He leaves. They lose Mike McDonald as well to Seattle, who we'll see later today. you have all kinds of movement from that franchise. Now, they don't have the Super Bowls in the last decade to show for it, but they've gone ahead and really done, they've done a great job of being contenders every year, but they're going to have to rebuild in large part because they've lost a lot of not only talented players like Patrick Queen and things like that, but they've lost coaches and executives to other teams. The Chargers are the beneficiary here as they pluck Joe Alt off the board.
I think as we go, they have not yet, right? We're still waiting for it.
Well, we got word through our system that he's the pick. In fact, we actually I think know who the next team that picked is, but we'll keep the listeners in suspense because I'm assuming a lot of people are on sort of double screens here listening to us, but also watching the show. So we don't want to sort of ruin it for everybody on air here.
The fact that the Chargers turned away trade offer calls for Justin Herbert, like think about that.
Yeah.
That means they believe in him. That means, when they drafted him, and I have a great deal of respect for the Spanos family, and John Spanos, the president there. We've talked over years and years, and I just think they have a real grasp of what they truly want there, right? Even coming into this year with picking the quarterback, picking the coach they wanted, the GM they wanted, and now potentially, now a left tackle that they can build around is a big, big deal for that organization and that family. Kudos to them. They've been looking for this.
Yeah, let's talk about the Giants at 6 here because the Giants at 6 in 2019 took Daniel Jones out of Duke. Had an okay rookie year, mostly injured, mostly ineffective. 2022, he played incredibly, he played pretty good football considering a decent, a decent amount of injuries at wide receiver. And by the way, they're looking at on the NFL Network ESPN broadcast. I'm sorry, they're looking at John Alt, which is Joe's father. John Alt was the 21st overall pick by the Chiefs in 1984, the year after they took Todd Blackledge at quarterback. The Giants, though, a year after giving Daniel Jones more than $80 million guaranteed, $40 million a year after that, right? Joe Shane and that they punched above their weight class. I thought in the second half of the season, they did. Dable and company, I thought, got that team up and playing really good football. But do they move off of Daniel Jones here at pick 6?
I have a hard time thinking they're going to do that because they come in and they sell to Mr. Mara, John Mara, and they say, look, we love this guy. Let's give him the money. They all agree. He has an injury. They still need to see what he is. Yep. I just have a hard time thinking, and I'm not getting that. Do we already know who the pick is?
Do we think
it's going to be a quarterback?
No.
Okay. That's what I'm hoping because I don't see how, as a GM and a head coach, you could pick a quarterback after putting that kind of money.
So they're not trading the pick.
No.
It doesn't look like.
I think I'm sorry.
And it looks like they're going to go with a position that they have not surrounded Daniel Jones with really well since Odell Beckham Jr.
So I think it should be Malik Nabers.
It's Malik Nabers, Okay. Which is, I like this. So they go Jalen Hyatt round 2 last year. They go Nabers here round 3 last year. They go Malik Nabers this year in the first round. Obviously, they have Waller, who's still there, depending upon whether he comes back. Offensive line, they've already gotten the 2 pillars. Whether Neal turns out well is another story, but they have Andrew Thomas, who's an all-pro, Evan Neal at tackle. They lost Barkley in the offseason, so this is going to be a really big testing year for Daniel Jones, but at least they're giving him a weapon in Malik Nabers, who, like I said, I think is the second best wide receiver in this draft, but I think it's close, but I think the fact that he has some versatility inside, outside helps the Giants here.
Yeah, look, I think when you're talking about a receiver for this group after what they've done, they need to figure out what they're doing with the tight end position. The only thing we ever talked about, Eric, they're not trading it, of course, was that they might move back and think about a guy like
Brock Bowers. Yeah, Brock Bowers the only
yes.
So, Brock Bowers, the only tight end, running back, linebacker, or safety projected to go in the first round of this draft so far. Pick is in. Looks like the Giants are going to go with Nabers. Titans are on the clock. Everybody sort of thought the Titans were going to go Joe Alt here. And that was because they thought that J.J. McCarthy would be a top 5 quarterback, right? And everything would get pushed down. As we've said repeatedly, Thomas, what happened in this draft show last year? Will Levis fell, right? There's a cut line at the quarterback position. And after that cut line, these teams, like, and you've taught me this so much in our friendship and also like our working relationship. The teams in the first round of the draft, you only get to pick this high so many times. And if the quarterback isn't a truly elite player, a truly elite prospect, they're going to go for the pillars, right? They're going to go defensive end. They're going to go left tackle. They're going to go wide receiver. They're going to go, and that feels like what is happening to McCarthy here. Now, what's interesting is Titans aren't going to take a quarterback here, and unless they trade the pick, the Falcons are going to have a chance to take J.J. McCarthy, which takes us to your old team and what you said about them for years, which is Matt Ryan, drafted him at 3, missed 1.5 games during his whole career, just retired this week. One of the reasons the Falcons had to go out and spend $45 million a year on Kirk Cousins is they never drafted his successor, Matt Ryan, that is. Do they right the wrong here and go with a quarterback? Now, I know we're a pick ahead here with the Falcons, but we're sort of assuming that the Titans don't go with quarterback here, but that's something to think about for everybody. Like, that might be the first kind of pivot point here.
Look, I think I would love to see them hone in on that quarterback position at Atlanta. I love what they've done. They've spent a lot of money, I get it, on a quarterback this year. But let's just say, hypothetically, he's here for 1.5 to 2 years. Say 2 years. To have a quarterback in the hopper and grow and learn with a really good offense there, right? They have some good offensive talent there. You know, grow with Kirk Cousins and grow with a young quarterback. I think it would be fun to watch and see how that plays out. So I hope that they seriously consider that. I know the city of Atlanta, I feel like they are pushing towards pass rusher here. But I just think it's important for them to think about what would happen, right? Yeah. If a quarterback who's 36 plus years old comes off of a Achilles and there's some slow progression.
Well, he's like you said, he's 36 years old. He's also, you can speak to this, a very good passer, but also not. I mean, the reason he was a 4th round pick out of Michigan State is he doesn't have the kind of arm strength that, Aaron Rodgers has, that, even Tom Brady had when he was, to be a quarterback in your late 30s, even your guy, Matt Ryan, like as it got older, right? So are the Falcons going to, are they going to be surprised at what comes out of the box with Kirk Cousins this year? And are they going to wish they took an opportunity to take a quarterback here and sit? And this is a good enough offense, by the way, where J.J. McCarthy very much could sit and be a player for them in a couple of years, as opposed to having to play right away, which I think he'll struggle.
Well, all of that said, when you start talking about explosive offensive players, just to touch on Malik Nabers, love Malik Nabers as a player, right? We've talked about route running ability, explosiveness, speed, catch the ball around him and ad-lib as he needs to, body control. I mean, this guy is a stud. He is competitive and confident.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know if you could pull off that leak deal that he has on.
No,
right?
I certainly couldn't.
I don't think you have the confidence to pull that off.
I have confidence, but not that much.
Yes.
Titans pick is close here. I don't think they're trading it either. Without Alt on the board, they went with Skoronski last year in the top 10. Do they go with? I mean, is this the place where J.C. Latham comes off the board?
This is a place where I just can't imagine they don't go O-line, right? But who is it, right? Is it Latham? Is it Fashanu? I mean, where are we?
By the way, our like scouting, a lot of scouts like Fashanu, right? They've kind of put him up there in a similar vein, the tackle out of Penn State with Alt. So that could be an option there. It's really at this point what you prefer and whether the styles make fights here. Latham can also play right tackle, so that's a positive there. And they got rid of Derrick Henry this year. Their running backs this year are going to be Tony Pollard. They're going to be Tyjae Spears from Tulane, and those are not guys that are necessarily going to be big players in terms of yards after contact, Thomas. Right? Those tough yards. they're going to need to open more holes in Tennessee than they have in previous years because their running back isn't this moose that Derrick Henry is. So
Yes.
I do think offensive line makes sense. And so you can speak to this as well as somebody who actually has drafted both types of players and both types of players in the high ends of the draft. It's a much higher hit rate to go tackle wideout because of the way that second round wideouts do than to go wideout tackle. If they go with Rome Odunze here as the third best wide receiver versus the second best tackle, they can go out and get at pick 38, which is their next pick, go out and get a wide receiver there and probably do okay. The pick is in, and it is J.C. Latham, Thomas.
Very good job, J.C. Latham. I was just going to throw a little bit of devil's advocate to you and say, do they really believe in their quarterback? And are they thinking that they did that, but now it's second guessing? But they haven't because they're going J.C. Latham.
How hard would it be if you go Willis 2 years ago, Levis, and then a quarter?
Yeah.
But some of that wasn't Rand Carth. I remember John Robinson was the one who took Malik Willis, and Rand was the one who took Levis. And Rand, I think, has so far done a really good job. The Titans, by the way, L'Jarius Sneed in free agency, Calvin Ridley, your former draft pick in free agency, Tony Pollard in free agency. I think they're going to be a team that surprises people in the AFC South, despite not having a ton of fanfare.
J.C. Latham, let's talk about him a little bit.
Yeah.
Now, do you think that you mentioned him early? Did you think all along that was the pick for them as an offensive lineman?
I mean, his best traits per Sumer Scout are play strength, toughness, right?
Yeah.
You're looking at a lot of what Bill Callahan wants in an offensive lineman, right? And you want to be able to road grade a little bit. That offense is with Will Levis and his ability. Will Levis is not an accurate passer relative to the rest of the league. You want to be like he was on your coaching staff for a while. Mike Tice, power running game, vertical passing game, right? That's what they're trying to do in Tennessee. And that's where Calvin's there. That's why DeAndre's there. And he seems to me the kind of guy, right? I remember when the Vikings took Phil Lodeholt, right? You think, and that kind of big, and Lodeholt was 6'9", 380 or whatever the hell. So it's hard to replicate that. But I think about that, like power running game, vertical passing game. I think he is good for that scheme.
Comes from a system, comes from a coaching tree that you're proud to have. Let's go back to father and son for a second because we haven't had a chance to talk about that. A head coach who gets the opportunity to come in there and bring his father in as the O-line coach. Has that ever happened before? I'm not sure if it has.
I don't think that has ever. I think we've had father-son like Don Shula and Dave Shula, and then we've had that happen a decent number of times. But I don't think we've had the older dad. Maybe was Monty Kiffin ever working for Lane Kiffin? Probably not.
I don't think so.
I don't think. But what you're saying is, I mean, this is a huge coup for the Titans. But Brian Callahan, when we look at some of our numbers because we have models for fantasy and betting and stuff, but our efficiency numbers for the Bengals in the second half of the year were incredibly high. And they were working with Jake Browning, and T. Higgins was hurt some of the times. Jamar Chase was hurt some of the times. The offensive line wasn't the best thing in the world. I'm thinking how much of that Brian Callahan's contributing? He's a good hire. And then he brings in his dad, who has turned around every offensive line he's ever touched. And so I'm thinking, again, this is a coup. And the fact that, again, the key's coming in as what you said, which is the highly paid offensive line coach, pretty good.
Pretty good, and one of the most respected O-line coaches out there, right? Along with Dante Scarnecchia, who we've talked about many, many times. And I just think it's a really cool opportunity. What do you got going on?
Whoa, Thomas.
What happens?
The Falcons pick is in.
Oh.
And it's a stunner.
You already know. And
I got a text from a friend that is just LOL. I'm seeing it in the league. I'm seeing it in the league thing here.
Does that mean corner?
No. Quarter,
not corner. Okay. But it's a stunner.
It's a stunner, though.
Because he's from the West Coast. Wow. Am I projecting all the way out there? Does he have a left element to him? He does. So all of the West Coasters are going to be outrageously happy. Do you know Jed Fish has been there for how long?
Jed Fish has been there for like 4 months.
Yeah. Jed's got really good contacts in the Falcon world, as he does with the head coach there at Atlanta now.
Yep.
Wow. Are you sure?
I'm seeing it multiple different sources. Okay. So the what we're seeing is that Michael Penix Jr. is the Falcons pick at 8.
Okay.
I'm stunned.
Yes.
I thought this could have been Dallas Turner. I thought it could be Laitu Latu. We have 8 picks and none of them have been defensive players so far. We're a fourth of the way through the draft. 8 picks, none of them have been defensive players. Yeah, we're getting confirmation that it is Penix.
Can you please give me some data on where was he projected to go? Where were the betting lines?
So the betting market had his expected draft position around 32.5. So he was basically at one point in the process a coin flip to go in the first round, and now he's going at 8.
Wow, that's So let's step back on that for a minute.
Back up on it, yeah.
I mean, because I think it's I'm really happy that they have a young quarterback to come in there. You know how I felt about that.
Yeah. They
couldn't revisit what happened the last 2 or 3 years, right? Very, very important.
Yeah.
So, okay. I'm sure they love the top 3. There must have been something about J.J. McCarthy, right, that they didn't like, I would assume. And but that they loved about this guy. This guy is talented. We know that.
Yeah,
We've talked about him. He's talented.
Producer Matt Topsy walks into the room.
No, he's a big guy. Lefty.
Best pressure to sack ratio of the group. Or him and Nix were really good.
Yeah.
Obviously, he played really well in the playoff game against Texas. He played less well against Michigan.
Well,
I don't think people expected him to go before Rome Odunze, his wide receiver. That is pretty.
Remember,
stunner.
Some people think Michael Penix is a really big guy. He's 6'2". It's not like he's 6'5",
and
right?
he's not like a hulking guy.
No, he's about 215, 16. He's probably a 4'7" guy. Like, he's not a speed merchant. He's got a lot of positives about him. He is a good football player. I know you're thinking betting lines and everything. Like, he's talented. He's talented.
Look, there was a time. You know what Patrick Mahomes' expected draft position was in his draft, because I bet it. It was 15.5. He went 10.
Yeah.
People were pretty juiced up that he went 10, right? He ends up being the best quarterback in the league.
Yeah.
If Michael Penix comes in and in 2 years, right, he's the best quarterback in the league, no one's going to give a crap where he went 24 picks ahead of projection, right? No one's going to care.
This is one of those guys, okay, here we go, that are, again, he's smart. He's pro-ready. He is a guy that could play right away, but you don't need your guy necessarily to play right away, right? That's one of the things that I think is interesting. And, there we are.
Yeah, this is why you want to be on the SumerSports 2024 NFL Draft Show, brought to you by Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy, you get 100% match on any deposit up to $100 with the promo code SUMER. Underdog Fantasy, in my opinion, the best in fantasy sports, the best in. I think they're really cutting edge as far as a platform to play best ball, a platform to do pick'em games, a platform. I think their content is great as well. We're really thrilled that they are our sponsor for the show. Underdog Fantasy, promo code SUMER. Yeah, man. Michael Penix, quarterback 1 in pressure to sack ratio per StatsBomb, 10.8%. Right, half as big. I'm sorry, as Jaden Daniels.
Now remember, let's pull this around. Our guy Raheem Morris, right?
Yep.
Spent time in Tampa.
Yep.
Do you know the high school and where our guy Michael Penix is from?
Good question. No.
Tampa, Florida, Tampa Bay Tech.
Wow. And so Indiana, right? Yep. Washington through Indiana.
Yep.
Well traveled.
Yep.
Raheem Morris also, when he was the head coach of the Bucs.
There he is, yeah.
It took Josh Freeman with his first pick, right? Yeah. And that was a guy who showed some potential. It didn't end up working out because of, I think when Greg Schiano got there, it was not necessarily what he wanted. But yeah, Raheem Morris gets a second chance at the plate as a head coach in the NFL. He takes a quarterback in Michael Penix right away. And the Bears are on the clock.
And that picture,
again,
yeah.
No trades, by the way. First 8 picks of the draft, no trades.
Okay. Well, no trades is very, very unbelievable and almost unfathomable I'm watching the draft room here at the Falcons, which I spent many years at. Looks like they're doing the same thing there. They're spending time talking about the pick. They look relieved and happy that they got a quarterback for the future. And again, you're talking about a guy who has a lot that he brings to the table. They must have cleared up any of the injury concerns.
Well, he hasn't missed any. Like when you look at our models at Sumer, he has actually some really good projected games missed information. And he's mostly, like, since getting to Washington, he has not been injured. I mean, I think he played through something a little bit last year, but for the most part, he's been healthy.
Right.
Not, I think it's a lot less than what you think. The reactions, though, our phones are both blowing up. That's why Thomas and I are kind of kneeling over with this news.
Yes, I'm sorry about. I just it's
first Falcons quarterback taken outside in the first 6 rounds since Thomas Dimitroff took Matt Ryan in 2008 with his first draft pick as the Falcons GM. So a watershed moment for Terry Fontenot and Raheem Morris and Arthur Blank and the hometown Atlanta Falcons here for us at Sumer. The Bears are back on the clock. They're at 9.
Okay, so let's. I mean, are we still talking Michael for a minute? Penix.
Let's talk Michael Penix.
Let's hang there. I mean, he looks like he's got 3D glasses on right now. He's a styling guy for sure, but I want to see what those glasses are because, they just look a little different. But point is, this guy obviously has everything they're looking for there, and I believe that they're thinking Kirk Cousins can school him for 2 years. And we have a guy that we can grow.
Well, I think they're also thinking. I think they're also thinking that they've built a roster that doesn't have that many holes, Thomas. I mean, they need a pass rusher. They don't seem to have gotten one here. They need, they could use maybe another pass catcher. But for the most part, this isn't a terrible roster, Thomas. Right? This is a roster that underachieved last year, obviously with Arthur Smith. I think everybody would tell you that, but they're not a team that has glaring weaknesses. So take a quarterback, right? So that when the time comes, you're ready to move on to the future with him.
Lefty, like we say, stands in there. He's tough. He's resilient. He's competitive. He can ad-lib in the pocket. He's not as athletic as the other guys that we're talking about, the first, the top 3.
I think his movements in the pocket are subtle, and he does a good job of avoiding sacks. Like he doesn't take a ton of sacks, and he's got he's got a better than average arm.
He's throwing to some guys that can play, and Adunze is a heck of a football player. He can toss it in and drop it in here. Again, he's got command, and again, we were talking about this. The last left-hander. Tell me about him. Who was the last?
Tua was.
Yeah.
But before that, you're talking about like Michael Vick.
Yes.
In Atlanta. There's some history there. By the way, I want to get to the next pick because the Bears have picked Rome Odunze at 9, which is 2 straight Washington players. But then we have our first trade. The Vikings have moved up to 10 with the New York Jets. We don't know what the terms are of that trade yet. But Rome Odunze has gone to the Bears. So the Bears have Caleb Williams and now Rome Odunze as their take on the first part of the draft here. That's pretty solid for Chicago, Thomas. But we have our first trade, and it is the Minnesota Vikings trading into the top 10 with the New York Football Jets.
Okay.
That's just one pick. So they moved from 11 to 10, presumably to make sure that a team like Denver or Las Vegas couldn't leapfrog them. This has to be for a quarterback, correct, Thomas? This has to be for J.J. McCarthy.
It does. Are we moving there before we even
let's talk about I want to talk about the trade, but let's talk Rome Odunze.
I'm going to make sure that I didn't.
Let's talk about Rome Odunze for a second then.
Yeah, I mean, look, another guy, a strong guy who is not the most let's say he's not as explosive as the other 2 guys, right? He's not as, but he comes down and makes big time balls. He, in my mind, he's always been a top 10 to 15.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure how high. I feel like that's a really good spot for him versus top 5, right? What I didn't want to see is him pop in front of Malik Neighbors, who there's a difference there in my mind. Again, and I think it's important to watch this. I'm excited for him to have another guy around, to continue.
So that offense, Thomas. Now you think about your best teams in Atlanta had pass catchers, right? A ton of them. You think about this Bears team: Keenan Allen, Rome Odunze, DJ Moore, Cole Kmet. That's a pretty solid place for Caleb Williams to start.
I think for Caleb to start, the organization feels that, right? When you're the team builders there, there's nothing better than wrapping up your books tonight, right? And heading home, laying your head down on that bed and saying, my God, we took care of what we needed to do. Now we rock and roll the next part of this draft. However, how many picks do they have?
They only have 2 more picks the rest of the draft. So
right.
I bet you if the Vikings were not their division rival, they would have traded with them. But now, they only have 2 more picks left. Again, they got some pillar players, though, to your point. And I do think you're right about Odunze. I think a lot of people say that he's a complete player, but I think that masks the fact that he is not of the high-end caliber of Harrison or Neighbors. I think Odunze is a very good pick here, but you're not getting one of the 2 best. You're getting like Mike Evans to AJ Green and Julio Jones, which is a very good player, but not of that tippy-top caliber there. So Rome Odunze is the pick.
Yep.
The Vikings at 10 now with trading with the Jets. It's got to be now. Do they throw us a curveball and take Bo Nix?
Whoa, that's a great thought.
Because we thought J.J. McCarthy was clearly quarterback 4, but it just takes one to screw up the order, right? And the Falcons certainly did that. With here, McCarthy obviously, can sit behind Sam Darnold for a year. So could Bo Nix.
Yep.
Bo Nix, an older player, of course, and closer to 25. McCarthy, a younger player, a winner in college, obviously, but wasn't dependent upon nearly as much as any of these other guys. I look, if McCarthy either Nix or McCarthy go here, it's going to be a great place, right? Because you have Darrisaw playing left tackle, you have Jefferson playing wide receiver, you have Hawkinson playing tight end. You have Aaron Jones at running back. Like this is a good offense to go to if you're a young player. And I think good on Kwesi for holding his water all the way until now because he's keeping his picks, right?
I was just going to say that. Good on him and the org for holding their water because it can be easy. You can get anxious. Yeah. And who would have thought that it was going to play out this way? And so, who would have thought the Falcons were going to take Michael Penix? And I think that organization probably, I would love to have seen how their organization was when Michael was taken by Atlanta, just because it made maybe JJ that much more of a reality.
For sure. And we've gotten through 9 picks, now presumably 10 with the quarterback going to the Vikings here without a defensive player.
Yeah. Which we kind of are we thinking?
Well,
the top is 19 offensive players in the draft or the first round. Or what?
Yeah, the betting market had it at 21 though.
Okay.
So the betting markets believe there's only going to be 10 or 11 first round defensive players.
Okay.
We've only had 2 offensive linemen in a draft where we've expected to have 10. So that's another place where this could get squirrely. We could see a run of linemen here. We could also see Bo Nix too, which could be a thing. It does. Yeah, the Vikings have about 4 minutes left.
Well, Bo Nix, let's talk a little bit about Bo Nix for a minute. Bo Nix, we know his famous father, right? If you did follow football back in the day, did you ever watch his dad play?
No.
Okay. I'm just saying, when you talk about a family that's been around and that are quarterback-driven families, and you're talking about a guy who's ostensibly a little bit older, right? 2 years. I think he's 24.
Yep.
So
because he went to Auburn first and then he transferred out.
Yeah.
Same with Penix. Penix went somewhere big.
That's right.
Yep.
But he goes in and he goes out there as a mature guy right out to Oregon. He's a strong guy. I don't know if you have his data up there as far as his height, weight, and speed. I was trying to pull it up, and for some reason I was having a little bit of difficulty. But the reality of a guy like Bo Nix, he's big in his own way, strong, good, strong legs. He's going to run hard. He is competitive. He's going to do his part and get in the extra yards. That's just the physicality side of him. Highly competitive, smart guy who's making plays.
Yep.
He does keep it within the system, right? He's not like off the charts ad lib guy. He's a guy that's going to keep it there. But he can make the throws. He's got good accuracy. He's got a total package about him. If they do go in that direction,
and he stuck with it, right?
Yes.
He struggled a lot at Auburn, but he went to a place like Oregon and matured. And there was obviously a lot of support there with guys like Franklin and so on. But he was quite good as far as, there was a lot of screen game there, but there was also him making plays downfield, and he was certainly a solid performer there. The Vikings have taken J.J. McCarthy, quarterback Michigan, though. So it's all for naught for Nix until at least pick 12 with the Broncos, possibly.
The point is that Nix now, even after talking about him, there's a pocket there that would be really attractive to some of the other quarterback teams.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So you're in a situation now where you've saying 5 quarterbacks, three wide receivers, 2 offensive linemen with the first 10 picks. So offense first in the NFL with this draft. The Jets are now having dropped a pick down or on the clock. Let's talk about McCarthy, though.
Yes.
McCarthy, a very, I would say raw is the wrong word, but a quarterback who hasn't had to be asked to do as much in the NFL, in the college level at Michigan. Diamond Edwards, Blake Corum did a lot of the heavy lifting there. They were able to lean on their defense quite a bit there.
Yes. So let's. I'm caught up in all this whole idea of J.J. McCarthy, and where do you think, when you look at him data-wise, and I don't know if you have the data up in front of you right now, but I am curious your stance on that, because he obviously is a winner, right? Yep. You want a winner. They, we back to holding their water, right? They have a group there. They have a strong personnel group, by the way, that are supporting a guy like Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, whose background is not that, right? Ryan Grigson and company. Yep. Steve Sabo, guy who's come in there this year.
Rob Brzezinski on the cap.
Rob Brzezinski on the cap. They have a lot of really good football people there that can contribute well. They did their due diligence, so to speak, and dug into this guy. He's not a totally finished product.
Yep.
He does have elements that he needs to grow and learn with, but in their mind, let's grow with him.
His third down efficiency was really great last year. His deep ball stuff was really good last year. They were very efficient, 0.3 or better EPA last year, which is one of the more efficient marks in all of college football. The one question is again, he wasn't asked to do a ton, and there's signal in that, but the Vikings won't probably ask him to do a ton this year either, right? He'll sit behind Sam Darnold and Nick Mullins possibly, and they'll let him sort of work his way in to the lineup when he's ready.
Let's talk about that. You say that categorically, but is Sam Darnold, is he really the guy that needs to go in there? And can he win you the games? Now, you talk about holding water. How long do you hold the water with a situation like that?
Yeah, the lowest drafted quarterback who started right away is Mac Jones, and since the new CBA at pick 15. For the most part, players who have been picked outside the top 10 don't start right away. So they'd be breaking the mold a little bit there with him.
Well, all I'm saying there, you get anxious, right? And again, if there's any hot seat at all, I hate talking about it, but it is a reality. If there's any agitation and let's go, we got to win.
Well, at SumerSports.com, we wrote an article about sitting quarterbacks, and that's exactly right. Like the Jags wanted to sit Bortles, but Chad Henne wasn't good enough, and so they had to play him. Most of these teams want to sit the young quarterback, but it's rarely achievable, right? The Niners were good enough to sit Lance. The Chiefs were good enough to sit Mahomes. But for the most part, it's hard to accomplish that. Let's look at the trade here, by the way.
Yes.
The Vikings gave up pick 129 in the 4th round and pick 157 in the 5th round of this year, as well as pick 11. So they not a ton, right? We were thinking about them having to move up to 3, giving up a 23, 11, as well as a future 1. Now they only have to give up 4 and a 5. They still have their pick 23 in the same first round tonight, Thomas. So they are in a draft where they can build around McCarthy, whether they get another wide receiver to go with Addison and Jefferson, or whether they get an offensive lineman, whether they get an edge player or a corner that their defense sorely needs.
And I'm sorry, you said what was the compensation on it?
A 4th and a 5th.
A 4th and a 5th.
Yeah. So not just to move up one spot.
And if everyone knows, we did a lot of studies on this when we did the Julio Jones. We don't need to talk about Julio, but the trading away of the 4th round picks, of course you can hit on some of them, but the percentages are low that those people picked in the 4th round are starters, right? It's I think it's less than 10%. It might even be 8%. So keep it in perspective. I think it's a good thought.
Our guys from Detroit, Tej Seth, Sam Brookhouse, Ben Brown, and Shawn Syed are running the trade calculation as we speak. By the way, just to plug a few things as we sort of move along here. Again, we're sponsored by Underdog. Underdog, promo code SUMER, get 100% match on up to $100 when you use the promo code SUMER. For my money, the best fantasy football site out there for best ball and pick 'em. Our guys, Tej, Seth, Shawn Syed, Ben Brown, Sam Brookhouse will be live from Detroit after this show for a post first round live stream as well. So make sure that you stick on this channel for all of your post draft needs as you come down from this great first round of the 2024 NFL draft. We actually do have the Jets pick, and I think some people are going to be disappointed in New York, but I think I really like this pick, Thomas, and it's Penn State offensive lineman Oli Fashanu for the Jets.
That's who it is?
Correct.
You keep jumping on me, and I don't hear it. I thought you're just like.
Well, I like your reaction, though.
That's who it is.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's a good pick, right? Because they're looking at offensive line being one of their main weaknesses. They brought in Tyron Smith. They brought in Morgan Moses. But those guys are older and longer in the tooth. You need to have a long-term solution. Because the thing about, and we don't like to talk about this because you're friends with Joe, and we know people in the Jets, and and it's not humane to talk this way. But everybody talks about the Jets as if they don't make the playoffs, this year everybody's fired. And I think that's such a piss poor way to look at the draft, right? It's like, because what happens if they do make the playoffs and then they come up maybe a little short, or they win the Super Bowl and your roster's barren, right? After that, because a lot of their players are old. Mike Williams, like I said, and you do still have to pick pillar players at premium positions, no matter what your hot seat status is. And I know, you said before, you've been at various stages of being on the hot seat or not, and it can influence your decision making. I think this is a great pick by Joe Douglas.
Love the pick by Joe Douglas. Remember, I've said this time and again, Joe Douglas is one of the better evaluators out there, hands down. He's got supporting staff, again, who are very talented. They just need to make the right decisions, right? That's really important. And they also have the executives Jaime Eli, guys like that, who are backing Joe, who are really good football men at the president's spot, and an owner who's willing to support. Very big thing. I don't buy that it's just a all or nothing for that group. Yes, there's an older element to the roster, Eric, that they need to capitalize on, and they need to add the offensive lineman element because, like you said, there's some age there. I like Fashanu a lot. He's a big dude. He comes from a great program with a really good football coach. He's going to go into that organization and be that building block that they need to build around as a young guy. He's going to learn from some really good football players, albeit a little bit older. And I think that's important for him. They knew what they were doing coming in here.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people wanted Brock Bowers, and Brock Bowers made sense in the sense of that offense needs a tight end. They went after Tyler Conklin of Minnesota. They went after the Cincinnati former tight end that's escaping me. But they've gone after players at that position and that have not worked out. And this has been, in my opinion, a very smart, forward-thinking pick.
Yeah.
Now, a place that's near and dear to your heart, Thomas, Denver and Colorado in general, right? George Payton, Sean Payton, picking at 12. There is one more first-round caliber quarterback here. It is Bo Nix. We just talked about Bo Nix for a little bit. This could be the pick for Denver.
This could be the pick. I've always thought there was no way that Denver could have moved up and made another monumental move at the quarterback position after Russell Wilson. I thought, hang tight, see who ends up there, and make a decision. I think they are happy that there's still a quarterback or two still left on there. And when you talk about Bo Nix, it seems like a very smart pick for them.
Well, and I think for them, does this influence your decision-making at all? You were in a division with the Panthers, Saints, and Bucks, who at given times during your tenure there were all good, right? And, the Raiders are right behind them. The Raiders ostensibly need a quarterback with Aiden O'Connell and Gardner Minshew. They're only two players there right now. Does that influence it? Because if they let Bo Nix slide, let's say they assume, okay, like Drew Lock, he's going to drop to around, and Denver doesn't have a second-round pick anyway. Do they chance it here? Or do they say, no, we got to take Bo Nix because if we don't, Las Vegas is going to?
I mean, personally, I don't think they can chance it.
Yeah.
I mean, by the way, repeat the name who's going to be starting at quarterback if they don't get someone in the draft.
It's like Zach Wilson, probably.
Well, yeah. Who was it before? They
Jarrett Stidham.
Right.
Yeah.
And when you're talking about those two guys, this to me is a no-brainer in my mind. I say that respectfully to the org. It feels that way. Like they got to come away with someone at that spot.
Nix, by the way, is a 6'2", 216 quarterback. Bigger kid. By the way, Drew Brees, not all that tall, and was a guy who struggled at first a lot like Nix. Came in San Diego. San Diego tried to replace him with Phillip Rivers, and then he ended up being a very Hall of Fame caliber player for Sean Payton in New Orleans. And I think this could be the pick here.
I think Sean Payton, he knows his quarterback. Sean is one of the best coaches out there. You know that. Whether people like his style or not, or whatever personality people want to, he's really talented and he knows how to work with quarterbacks. I think he appreciates mature quarterbacks. Again, Bo's a 24-year-old guy, a couple years older than some of these other guys. And I think it's one of those situations that I think can be very beneficial. I mean, and look, George Payton, again, they've done their due diligence on this guy. They've worked it up and down for this next wave of quarterbacks. And it feels like it should be this pick. You were showing me something or no?
Yeah, I wanted to give you a heads up on who the pick is because the pick is in.
Oh, okay.
And So we have aptly predicted this pick for Denver.
Okay.
It is Bo Nix.
Fantastic.
So 6 quarterbacks the first 12 picks. That's a record.
I am so happy for George that he gets a shot to come in here. George Payton, we're talking about, the GM.
Yep.
That he had so much scrutiny over him with the Russell Wilson. Again, think about this as a GM who's gone through what he has gone through, that you have a quarterback comes in, maturity. You're not just thinking about a young guy who's kind of flippantly moving around. Yeah. You're not thinking about an old guy. You're not thinking about another free agent situation. Although I get, they didn't spend a lot on Zach Wilson, right?
No, they flipped 6th and 7th round picks this year. But
so I just think it's a really sound pick for them.
Yeah. Yep. And they're a team that they're like New England, where they're a long ways away, I think, right? Roster wise, they got rid of Jerry Jeudy. They've gotten rid of Von Miller, Randy Gregory, a lot of their Bradley Chubb, Justin Simmons over the past year, 2 or 3 years. And they really need to start building. And starting with Nix, I think, is a solid way for them to go. The Vegas Raiders are on the clock. We're 12 picks in, Thomas. We have 20 to go. Okay. Still no defensive players.
None. And there are some good ones out there, right?
I think you could go Latu here, Dallas Turner, Jared Verse, Byron Murphy's another possibility. People thought Byron Murphy was going to be a top 10 pick. The Raiders could probably not go wrong here. They have a lot of needs, and yet they could go offensive line. I mean, offensive line is another position of need for them and a plentiful position in this draft.
We were discussing quarterbacks. And we were discussing quarterbacks to defensive head coaches.
Yes. Yeah, we've had that
discussion. Can we
discussion
step back for a second and see, okay, let's just put our calculators on here for a minute. And so far, how many defensive coaches have taken quarterbacks in this draft so far?
Well, yeah, so Raheem Morris, Gerard Mayo, Dan Quinn.
Yes.
And Matt Eberflus.
Okay, so I find it interesting. Do you want to talk a little bit about your data that you drew?
Yeah, it's about 1 in 3. So when a new head coach is a defensive mind, now that doesn't apply to Dan Quinn and so forth, but with their first pick takes a quarterback, it generally speaking doesn't work because of a few things. And I've been sort of thinking about this while we were sort of musing about this, but I think it's partially because you're better at building a defense, and so in some ways, you draft a quarterback, but if you're a defensive-minded head coach and your offensive coordinator does really well, guess what? He becomes a head coach somewhere, right? Mm-hmm. And so that young guy comes in, and even when he has success, right, you have the Kyle Shanahan issue, right, or you have the Dirk Cutter issue or something like that, and actually Tampa Bay fired Lovie Smith to promote Dirk Cutter because they were worried about that happening, which is one example. And so you have that part. And then you also have the part where you almost always draft these quarterbacks high and you don't actually use the high draft picks on your pillar positions, right? Like that was always the question about like what defensive player the Falcons were going to take, whether it was Dallas Turner or Laitu, was do they fit into Raheem Morris's scheme? It was all about Raheem Morris's scheme. Like we don't realize that Zach Robinson's the offensive coordinator there, and he's going to want a quarterback. But if Zach Robinson does a really good job with Michael Penix, he's going to be the head coach of some team.
I just find it fascinating because this comes back to what we talked about before, right? The need, excessive need. Where you go, do you push? We've all pushed. Every general manager out there, for all of our listeners, everyone will raise their hand very, very quickly and say, when I made my most egregious mistakes, they were on usually excessive need, pushing, just trying to get to that spot, to get the pass rusher, to get the quarterback. Let's go back to this for a second. Defensive coordinators by trade who are head coaches. When Dan came in, when Mike Smith came in, they knew what beat their butts. And it was a bona fide quarterback that did A, B, and C and X, Y, and Z. So when we spent time on Matt Ryan with Mike Smith, and even when we talked a lot about how we were going to build our team with Dan Quinn, we were really focused on making sure that we knew what our offense was. And I just think a lot of head coaches like that say, I am so sick and tired of dealing with this type of quarterback that if we could ever get him, I think we could thrive with it.
Yeah. Very much so. I think that's a good omen. And I think the question becomes now for the Falcons, right? And also for the Denver Broncos, now that they've gone and taken quarterbacks who many people thought were going to go in round 2, how do you build that defense, right? If you're the Falcons, where do you get pass rush? If you're the Broncos, where do you get, where do you go and get pass rush? They do have Baron Browning, who's a good pass rusher, but it's going to not be the best roster for a young quarterback on the Broncos. But Nix, with Sean Payton can overcome that. And it wasn't the best roster in New Orleans when Sean Payton and Drew Brees showed up there.
That's right.
The Vegas Raiders are on the clock. And
we are quite a.
We're moving fast.
We're way ahead. The league can't stand when people do this. They get
really?
That far ahead.
Well, that's why I've been holding back.
You have been holding,
yeah.
But we've been a couple minutes ahead. I think you would look good in one of those big Denver Bronco hats. They're like triple the size. There you go.
Look at this night. Look at him. He's just
That's a good-looking family there. They're all lined up, ready to go. They're all in Alabama. Probably Pinson, Alabama. Where's he from again? I can't remember. I know he's an Alabama guy.
Pinson, Bo Nix.
Yeah. Well, look, this is exciting for them. His wife, he's married, right?
Well, he's an older guy. I mean,
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, where is he from? He's from Arkadelphia, Arkansas is where he was born.
Okay.
And then he's Pinson, Alabama.
That's where he went to high school?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Our good buddy Les Snead is from Alabama too. So the GM from the Rams, and I always talk to him about these small town places. I had a buddy come up to me the other day and talk about Talladega, which is a whole other story. But he was there this weekend. We were talking about Bo Nix because he's an Alabama guy, Auburn guy, excuse me, at one time.
Yeah, he was like I said, he struggled a little bit at Alabama at the end, but was very good at Oregon, and we'll see.
Yes.
Do you think he starts day one? Do you think that Zach Wilson or Jarrett Stidham will keep him on the bench? Or do you think that they just rip the Band-Aid off right away?
I think they start him. I would say I'd love to see him start him again. 24 years old.
Yeah, and he's
it going.
Yeah, and he's a good runner. He can escape.
He's a good runner, confident. He's got that swagger about him, and I will tell you, he's a tough dude.
Yeah,
he'll take it on.
77% completion. Also a very good runner. So just a lot to like about Bo Nix. By the way, the Raiders pick is in.
It is.
You
already know who it is?
Well,
do you want to talk about? You want to like project a little bit?
So Vegas needs offensive line help. Vegas needs quarterback help, but there's not going to. I mean, Spencer Rattler's maybe the next best quarterback on the board.
Don't do it.
We're not going to see him until round 2 or 3.
Well, you never know with the way things go these days.
Yeah, we talked. Yeah, they need defense. They went pass rusher last year with Tyree Wilson, right? They went Michael Mayer tight end last year. They have, Jacoby Myers and Devontae Adams there. What do you think they do?
I think they have to go O-line.
I would tend to agree. Now they're close to O-line here.
Okay. Close.
As in proximity.
Yeah.
They take tight end Brock Bowers.
Is that who they take? Okay. I like it.
Michael Mayer,
I like
Brock
it.
Bowers, like what is
Okay.
it, Patriot well, they're not Patriot Paradigm
Look
anymore.
at that group.
Yeah.
My goodness. So they're not Patriot Paradigm anymore.
They're not Patriot Paradigm anymore, but this fits the Patriot kind of two tight end, Algie Crumpler, Gonzalez, Algie Crumpler, Marcellus Bennett, Gronk, obviously Aaron Hernandez. You guys back in the day were Benjamin Watson and Daniel Graham.
Love it. I'm glad you're telling me this because I wasn't going there. I thought he might fall a little bit more.
I thought Cincinnati was going to if Duke Tobin was a trade-up guy, which he's not, right? That would make a lot of sense. There was a thought that the Rams were going to move up and go after Brock Bowers. That was a lot of smoke. But he goes naturally to the Raiders at 13. We've only had one trade so far in this draft.
Okay, so I've said this time and again. What a bona fide, legitimate tight end does for an organization, high credibility, high percentage shot, right? We did it with Tony Gonzalez, and I've talked about that many times, right? And for Matt Ryan, it was one of the most important things we did for him, along with having Michael Turner early on, a run game, get the right moves, make sure you're hitting the high percentage shot, and then start working the deep plays. I think by having a guy like Brock Bowers at that organization to be able to hit him in stride. And by the way, isn't it amazing? So Raiders, it's not the
same Raiders,
no,
but it's the Raiders.
Not the Raiders, but it's the Raiders.
Yeah.
And we were listening to a broadcast today. Everyone thought that if you're a wine aficionado, by the way, are there any other Napa raised players in the NFL? And there were like 5 or 6 of them that came from Napa over the years. Napa, you think is high wine. It's not good sports. This guy is in my mind, a once in a decade type of tight end. He's very, very talented. You, I think, have a little bit of hesitation because you don't think he's that big. You might not think he's that. What pulls you back on him a little?
Well, no. So the player is worth the players. I mean, as good as it gets.
Okay.
It's the value at the tight end spot, right? We've seen the history of, first contract tight ends taken in the first round have just never really. Now, I like this move because Michael Mayer is a big physical Notre Dame tight end, can be the Y for your team, right? Where he can be that slot player in between Myers and Adams and not have to do all the blocking. He can be the Travis Kelce to the Anthony Pisano. So historically, taking tight ends high has failed because that tight end is asked to do everything, and it's incredibly hard to do everything early on.
Incredibly hard. But look, like you just said, here are the Raiders. Tom Telesco's there. We look back on Tom wherever he's been. Let's think about the tight ends that he has had at Indianapolis before he goes to be the GM, around a guy. Remember, those guys that come through Bill Polian's world, they're all about athletes. They're all about legitimate athletes.
Well, and you thought about let's talk football, Thomas. So that former Indianapolis offense where you had Reggie Wayne and Marvin Harrison. You had Ben Uteck as the Y, and then you had Dallas Clark playing the slot. Like, doesn't that look like that offense here where you have Michael Mayer and then you have Brock Bowers, right? And, they had Stokely there for a while, but once they drafted Dallas Clark first round out of Iowa, he was playing the slot. And every once in a while they reduced down to, 2 tight ends, but for the most part, he was playing that slot position. And, that was kind of how they were in 12 personnel the whole game. And the difference in their formations was whether Dallas Clark was in line or in the slot. And, that was the old Colts with Manning.
Yep.
The Chargers didn't quite have it. Obviously had Gates forever, and Gates is an amazing Hall of Fame caliber player. But since Gates left, they really struggled in Los Angeles. They brought in Gerald Everett, they brought in Jared Cook. None of those really ended up being what they really needed there.
These are the types of things that we believe in as we're analyzing at Sumer as well, right? When we're talking about being a part one day of, providing background information for owners and whoever it may be, right? When you're talking about the players and what type of player is going to what organization and the history of that GM and the history of that head coach, they're more apt to do A, B, and C versus X, Y, and Z. Very important. It's where we think data can be.
They turn back the clock
Exactly.
sometimes, and they think about the glory days of when my offense was humming in Indianapolis. This is what it looked like, and this was the I think Dallas Clark is actually a pretty good comp for Brock Bowers, right? At the end of the day, Dallas Clark a little stubbier, right, but fast as hell, really good in the passing game, and never was outran safeties, right? That's who Brock Bowers is. Mm-hmm. And Dallas Clark, by the way, was a first-round pick, and that was in a different era. But back then, that was ended up being a very good pick for that team.
Very good pick. And again, I think we're here with an organization, a head coach who's going to come in, and obviously it's going to be really important with what he has operational, I think, offensively, right?
Yep.
In my mind. So, look, very important. I know we're on the Saints. I could talk about Brock Bowers all night, though.
Look, like the thing that's so funny because you're saying, like, what do you think is wrong with Brock Bowers? That's like the different. That's where I think the analytics is important. Like, because I don't have a problem with Brock Bowers. Like, in fact, it's just the history. Like, yes. Even tight ends that were can't miss prospects have missed. Or what's worse is tight ends that have been can't miss prospects have played their 4 years on their rookie deal. The team gives up on them, and then they go play well for the second team, which is almost even worse if you're drafting somebody else's great player at the position.
We talk about values of tight ends, as you've mentioned many times in other discussions and other broadcasts, and we talk about high percentage shots, everything we've talked about, yeah. And we start talking about it back in the day. Historically, again, we used to think you can get some legitimate tight ends in the second and third round, and you wouldn't move up, or you wouldn't ever think about taking someone in the top 10, 15, yep. Or even, But in today's world, a little sidebar, I do truly believe in today's world, with how fast things are moving and how important it is for organizations to hit the ground running, people are taking the best player that they can take at that spot. So back in the day, we wouldn't draft an interior lineman there. Back in the day, of course, we wouldn't draft a running back. We wouldn't draft necessarily a receiver there. Yep. A tight end, no. And things are changing now.
Yeah. It's hard because you're trying to balance the difference between, winning, obviously, and then also putting a trophy on the board, right? When that guy comes up and becomes a Hall of Famer like Julio Jones will be, and Matt Ryan will possibly be, like, that's a huge feather in your cap. And, Brock Bowers can be an amazing football player here. And the question becomes, like, when, I think the Raiders are in a position where if Brock Bowers takes a year to develop, it's okay, because this team's going to take a year to develop. And so that, I think, is another good pick. Whereas with respect to the Jets, it may not have been quite as straightforward, right? Because the Jets kind of need guys who will contribute right away at tight end. And Bowers may or may not have been that player just by history. Where do you think the Saints go position-wise, Thomas?
Oh, my gosh. I was waiting for you to lead into that, because I was sitting here thinking that we've been talking nonstop and we're parched, and I can't wait for the water carriers to bring in some water for you. I feel bad for you over there. I've been taking some sips. I'm hoping Coach Stopsky is getting his team out there to bring you some water. So
I just texted Matt. Matt's working so hard, so we'll get him in there.
Yes, get someone.
The pick for the Saints, Thomas,
yep.
And this was a favorite. This was in the betting markets minus 375 to be offensive lineman. So the biggest favorite, Talise Fuaga.
Okay.
I mean,
I like that.
They went with Trevor Penning 2 years ago out of Northern Iowa. That didn't work. They go with the Oregon State Beaver here, Talise Fuaga.
They are going with them.
Yes.
Or you're projecting.
No, that's what I'm seeing.
Okay, want to talk about him? I'm sorry.
You're all over. I mean, we're all over the place.
No, I'm all over the place because I'm still thinking about your water, and I am. Talise, you want to lead in because
they're getting a value. Well, expected draft position, by the way, which I know he was 14.3. So our guys not over the cap at Grinding the Mocks absolutely nailed this one here. Athleticism score 83 out of 100, which is quite good. And then he's also done great work in pass protection and things like that. I think as far as Sumer Scout is concerned, his best traits are agility, balance, and pass set versus speed. So this is a situation where you look at some of these divisional opponents in the NFC South, and he's going to be able to go up against them pretty well here, especially with Derek Carr as a quarterback.
Look, big dude. You're talking about almost 6'6", right? You're talking 324.
Yep.
This guy's tough. This guy's a road grader when he has to be. He will gore you, Eric. You like that? You're out there goring our engineers every once in a while when you turn the corner out here near our conference table. He is one of those guys. He can move well. He shows his athleticism, right? I love this pick for them, and they need it, right? They need this pick to have a guy like this that has a competitiveness. He's from Tacoma, Washington,
So
West Coast.
He's a local kid.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I love this. I mean, look, the Saints forever have been in a position where they've kind of pushed the chips in, right? And they with Drew Brees at the helm, they wanted to win the Super Bowl every single year. And this offseason was kind of the first time they pulled back a little bit. And they didn't go and sign every free agent. They didn't restructure every contract. I think, with Derek Carr nestling in there at quarterback for at least the next couple of years, he needs to be protected. I by the way, I love the Oregon State running back. They're showing, and he's actually he's about to transfer Damian Martinez, number 6.
He's a nice football player, but we won't get talking about it.
But Fuaga, they're showing some highlights of Fuaga on the TV.
Fuaga against
Latu, which by the way, Latu is so we have 14 offensive players off the board. We have yet to have a defensive player. Latu is one of the favorites to be the first defensive player off the board. We have not seen him go yet. And Oregon State, now that their head coach is at Michigan State now, but they built that program from kind of a nothing to a contender. I mean, we talked about Bo Nix a few minutes ago. Oregon State beat them.
Yes.
Right,
yes.
2 years ago, and they're a real football team. Like and I know that they're getting screwed by the Pac-12 now because them and Washington State they don't have a conference, and so it might not be that way down the stretch here anymore. But I do think that this is a great pick for them, and I think that players coming out of Oregon State over the next few years are going to be quite good.
I do believe that. It's interesting watching him with his family. Right, he was in all his Polynesian gear. And do you know what color was prevalent there? Yellow. And I'm thinking,
he's not a beaver, or he's a beaver.
He's a beaver, right? But I was like, it was just interesting to see that because obviously there's such a proud heritage group there and unbelievable talent. Again, for Mickey Loomis, my buddy, at the Saints, I really like what they're doing there. I think this is an important year for them, right? And
they disappointed last year. Right?
Of course they did.
Yeah, they
understand
the easiest schedule in the NFL, and they were supposed to win that division, and they had the same record as the Bucs. So the Bucs just beat them on a tiebreaker. They kicked the crap out of the Bucs in Week 17, but they lost to them previously, right? When Derek Carr was injured and they played him anyway. That was a division I think the Saints wanted to win, and they couldn't, and now they're trying to rebuild a little bit, but. That division's wide open now. You have Atlanta, who has Kirk Cousins. They're the favorite, but I think New Orleans can still come up and win this division.
I think they can. And again, I give my opportunity, and I know the Atlanta people don't like to hear me talk about it, but I think the Saints are a very well-run organization. They have really good football people in, as well as, look, you're sitting there talking about Jeff Ireland, who hasn't been a GM for quite a while. Of course, he was at Miami, one of the better evaluators out there. So he and Mickey Loomis work very well together as strong, presidential GM in Mickey and a very, very good assistant GM in Jeff Ireland and his group. And
Kai Harley, who has, helped them negotiate the cap after going all in. Kai is, I think, a rising star in the executive world, cap guy, but also anytime I've interacted with him, incredibly sharp, incredibly empathetic, I've actually learned a lot from him, and I've only talked to him probably about a half a dozen times. But they're a good organization. The other thing that they have is that Gale spends money.
Yes.
They spend money, and that's required to do the things that they want to do. Okay, the Colts are up at 15. Chris Ballard. Mm-hmm. Winning season last year. First year under Shane Steichen, first year under Anthony Richardson. He got hurt right away. They went with Gardner Minshew. He almost got them into the playoffs. Aaron Pass on fourth down kind of, kept them from winning that division. I think Ballard's kind of steadied himself here a little bit, and they're going defense.
You think they're going defense, or they're going defense?
Well, I think they're going defense.
Okay.
This
will be the first
one. I haven't gotten this secondarily confirmed yet, though.
Okay.
But yeah, first defensive player, all the way to pick 15. Thomas, it's kind of crazy.
It's kind of crazy. Yeah. All that talk about them potentially taking a tight end, that's out the door, of course. Go ahead.
I want to stroke your ego a little bit here, because when we did the SumerSports show on SiriusXM, by the way, we are previewing the day 3 on Saturday. Me and Thomas, an hour before round 3, we were talking about edge players, and I was talking about Dallas Turner and how he fit with the Falcons, and Jared Verse's name came up, and you pointed out one player who a lot of people had doubts about because of medicals, and you said, Eric, you take a look at this player. He's I think the best one in this class, and the NFL seems to agree with you, because the Colts have taken Laitu Latu of UCLA. Who you said was the best defensive player in the draft.
I love that. And to your point, special, big, physical, turns the corner with ease, like you do out here in the deal.
Over 30% pressure rate, like big time player from a production standpoint.
I'm going to stop joking around about it, but everyone just needs to know that you take reps out in the conference room. But here's the deal. Latu, yes. I mean, when you think about the way that he gets off the mark, right? We're talking about this.
Yeah.
The ability, again, we always say that can bend and turn the corner the way he does. He's an explosive guy. He's got the arm span. I don't know if you have it right in front of you.
Yeah.
He's highly competitive. Yeah. Now, there are thoughts out there, as you know, just like there always is. Why did he semi-retire, right? I mean, why did he walk away, or why did he step away? What was the deal? Will that ever be the situation again? These are the kind of things that GMs and head coaches dig into to no end.
Yeah. 4'6" in the 40, yes. 33-inch arms, 6'4" and 3/4 type of guy, 65 athleticism score. The thing I liked about him, and this goes back to my days at PFF, Chip Kelly bought into PFF, about a half a decade ago. I interacted with them a ton at UCLA. They recruited really well along the defensive line, Thomas. And like when I think about that, like big physical players along the defensive and offensive line is where UCLA strove. They really didn't have a great quarterback in Dorian Thompson-Robinson. The offense never really got off the ground, which I know is Chip's sort of forte. They had Zach Charbonnet to run the ball, and they were physical there. But they were when you draft a UCLA player, you draft a physical player. And I know Chip's gone now, but this is one of his players.
Again, you're talking basically 6'5", and again, like I used to describe on the receivers, if you see a receiver that's 6'3" or 6'4", and he runs routes like he's 6 or 6'1", that's the same thing with pass rushers. When you see these cats that are long and big guys, and yet they turn the corner like they're 6'2", but this guy is almost 6'5", just shy.
Yeah,
it's highly impressive. I mean, you get a chance to watch him, covers a lot of ground, highly competitive, top-notch kid, the guy you want to be around, the guy you want to build around. So
can play in two different types of schemes too, right? Like he can play in the hand in the grass and also kind of stand up. I think that there's a lot of versatility there as well. He didn't drop into coverage a ton, just 21 times last year, but certainly the athlete that can do that if you presume that that's something that they want him to do at least a little bit. But a very interesting pick. So Latu goes off the board. First defensive player taken. He was an underdog there. Dallas Turner was the favorite. There is him making an interception on TV.
You're watching him make an interception and moving down the field. Like you talk about athlete. And by the way, Chris Ballard, kudos to him.
Yep.
Chris knows what he wants. He's a very talented general manager. He'll hold his water for sure.
Yep.
But he knows what he wants, and he knows the type of player he wants, right? Yep. They've never been the flashiest type of team.
Yep.
He'll get the players who are legit players who back up their abilities.
Yeah, let's reset a little bit. So we're at pick 16, which is about the halfway point of the draft. There's been only one defensive player, only one trade so far. And the one trade I have, this data is from our own Tej Seth. Where the Vikings got pick 10, they received back pick 203. So they did get a pick swap, which, by the way, Kwesi, a very analytical GM, the one thing to do here when you are of that ilk, when you do trade up, is to swap picks, right? So he did get a little bit of a return in pick 203. He gave up pick 11, pick 129, and pick 157. So a pretty fair trade there. PFF, the PFF WAR system, which I helped develop, he gave up about 1/6 of a win to move up to do that. But obviously, for a quarterback, that's more than worth it, I think.
When you developed that, that was how many years ago? When you guys
4 or 5 years ago.
4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah.
When you were a part of that, was that like a groundbreaking mode for you all when you guys were working on it?
We were the first ones to come up with wins above replacement. So I was always I was always a big Moneyball fan. I read the book. I went to the movie, when the first came out, and like baseball always had this metric. And now we have our version of it at Sumer, but at PFF was the first time that we developed it. And so having a metric like that, basically like what every player's worth, allows you to draw the draft curves a little bit better. Because a little bit of a history lesson for people, when Jimmy Johnson, it's called the Jimmy Johnson chart. I don't think people know this, and this is part of something that a project we're working on, but the Jimmy Johnson chart didn't get made until like halfway through Jimmy Johnson's second year. So when they did the Herschel Walker trade in 1989, in the 1990 draft, they only took 6 players because they didn't have the Jimmy Johnson chart. Everybody thought he was a trade. He thought he was Trader Thomas, but he wasn't because he didn't have the chart. And then in 1991, a petroleum engineer named Mike McCoy built it for him. But he built the Jimmy Johnson chart based upon what it cost to sign the pick everywhere, which back in the day, remember all those guys used to hold out. Remember, we did this at the Hawks. Bo Jackson held out. He didn't play for Tampa Bay, right? Who is the other one? Bernie Kosar refused to play for the first 3 teams that were going to draft him. And so there was a non-trivial part about actually signing these players. And the players at the very top of the market were commanding, like Eric Berry, all the way the year right before the new CBA, was the highest paid safety in the NFL before he stepped on the NFL field, right? So that's why the Jimmy Johnson curve is so steep. But for the most part, like there's a lot of busts in the first round. And that's why if you use something like WAR, those curves are a little bit flatter.
We have what's called our draft dashboard. We're a proprietary draft dashboard. We've spent a lot of time on it in this company, and we're very proud of it. It's evolving, right? Yep. Can you just jump over quickly to our trade area? Talk about it. Just basically, we decided not just to go with Jimmy Johnson. Of course, we decided to add our own proprietary draft model, trade model and trade calculator. It's an impressive trade calculator that we're very proud of. Again, want to touch on that a little bit? Yeah,
because I always look back and like obviously I admire your career greatly, and I think that the big part is like when you traded up for Julio Jones, he had different utility for you than he did for the Browns, right? And so the trade calculators assume all the picks are worth the same to every team, and that's of course different. Like Julio Jones going and playing for the Falcons underneath Roddy White, next to Tony Gonzalez with Matt Ryan, it's just going to perform better than when he would have gone to the Cleveland Browns. He probably wouldn't have been fine. I'm not trying to talk crap about the Cleveland Browns at the time, but that's just plain, right? He was going to go and be good on the Falcons because the Falcons were an environment where he could succeed. So the idea that you should have been governed by the same trade chart as the Cleveland Browns in that trade is probably not true. And so we at SumerSports will, instead of having like a normal chart all the time, we will like say, okay, this player on this team is worth this much. And so there are going to be, different signals to the league, to the team, to that. And so we want to be able to basically have a league value, player value, and roster value for trades. And so it's league value, market value, team value. And so like, what is he worth to your team? What is he worth to the league at large? And what is he worth historically? And if those things are at conflict, then you can make a trade that works out for all parties.
And everyone needs to know this. If you all watched the Patriot documentary where Ernie Adams was up on the board, he was Bill Belichick's number one guy, and he was doing a T-square basically on the board with positives and the numbers here. Yep. That doesn't happen in the NFL anymore. I mean, most teams have their element or there's some semblance of a draft dashboard. I say this humbly, but also confidently and aggressively, but no one could live up to what we're doing here at Sumer as far as our ideas with draft dashboard and all of our great engineers and great data people here. I think we're doing special stuff here with regard to how to approach trades, right? Because you talk to any general manager out there, and everyone needs to know this. It is not easy to go through the trade mechanism while you're on the clock.
It's incredibly hard, and that's why it took us a little bit here. Tej Seth sent us over the chart. By the way, the Seahawks pick is in.
Okay.
They picked Byron Murphy, defensive tackle, Texas.
Okay, so
2 defensive players. The reason I wanted to jump the gun here is because we just talked about trades, and the Minnesota Vikings have made another trade. They have traded up from 23 to 17 here with the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Wow.
Trent Baalke and Kwesi Adofo-Mensah, partners in a deal here.
Okay.
So let's talk about Byron Murphy for a second, because we just talked about trades. So I wanted to be topical there. I didn't want to hop over the Seahawks. I like this Murphy pick, man. Like, you put him next to Leonard Williams. I know Leonard's getting a little bit older. That defensive line has not been the same since, you talk about Michael Bennett, Cliff Averill, Kevin Williams, Red Bryant. Like, they had, when they did the Legion of Boom, everybody thinks about that cover 3, which we all love defensive backs, and they were amazing. But they ran deep. Bruce Irvin. They ran, Michael Bennett. They ran, Cliff Averill, and that was a really a good move, I think, to try to restore that defensive line, which has been lacking for them for years.
We know that there's not a strong group of interior D linemen in this draft, right? We know he, of course, is very talented, right? The ability to move around, the ability to make plays, the ability to shoot gaps, right? His versatility, at least in my mind, obviously stands out for them, right? So, for a team like that, like you just said, to have him come in there and pair the way he does, bring the versatility, bring the explosiveness to his game, I think is obviously going to be very beneficial for.
I think we're seeing a run now on. Well, let's give it a little bit of time to breathe here.
Yes, let's do that.
So, Seattle in an interesting spot here. By the way, we're now past the halfway point of the draft. We are at pick 17 with the Minnesota Vikings, who have traded with the Jacksonville Jaguars. By the way, no trades of players yet. We have Ayuk and Higgins possibilities, but no trades with players yet.
Let's just talk about Byron Murphy a little bit more, right? When you start looking at the numbers of these guys, we did it. Not in the first round, of course, with Grady Jarrett.
Yes.
But those guys that can run sub-5s.
Also wore an orange jersey in college, by the way.
Also,
Clemson.
Clemson. Good call. You're pretty good with your encyclopedic recall. But I'm thinking about what this guy can do for them, and I'm sure, again, where he is and what he does on the field, his drive, to play nose, to play one technique is going to be good. Texas kid, right? I'm a big believer in Texas-raised football players. And obviously, he's from DeSoto, Texas. I was going to say, obviously, those guys are producing. That state produces, right? They continue to produce, and it's just...
Well, and your guys in Sumer Scout, the best traits for Byron Murphy: lateral range, instincts, agility, balance. I think about this, the head coach now with the Seattle Seahawks, of course, Mike Macdonald. What did Mike Macdonald have in Baltimore, right? He had Travis Jones at nose tackle. He had Justin Madubuike, who they just gave a big contract to. That 3 technique, that 5 technique, that guy can get in and out of things, can be a disruptive player, right? Now they have 2 disruptive players in Leonard Williams, who I think admittingly is a little bit over the hill. Not over the hill, but he's getting older. And then they have the young guy here in Murphy. And then, they have obviously Devin Witherspoon, who they took last year at the 5th pick.
But, you watch him play down the line, right? He's got the agility. He's a 3-down player, 4-3 starting nose tackle type of guy. Yeah. But his versatility to clear trash, we hate saying, we don't say that. Yeah. We're not talking about anyone being trash. Clear clutter, basically, on the way down the line to make plays. He can make it right there. He does have the stoutness to get down in there and do what he needs to do, but he can also split the gap and go.
A good stat from our friends at StatBomb: average depth of tackle was a half a yard behind the line of scrimmage, which is best among defensive linemen in this class. So a very good player there. This is,
Okay.
yeah, we've hit 10K viewers across all platforms. Pretty excited about that. We are going to bring some of our Detroit folks in here in the second half of the draft to give me and Thomas a break here. Okay, let's reset a little bit now that we're at 16. The Vikings are up at 17 here. And what's your thoughts on the first round so far, Thomas?
Well, I mean, the overriding theme is, offense, which we assumed.
Yep.
Well, you said the line was 21?
21 offensive players.
Oh, man. I mean, that's a no-brainer.
We have three defensive players now.
Yep.
Sorry, 2 defensive players.
Yep.
We have
2.
Yep.
And what we'll be interested, you don't have inside information on what this trade up is.
The Vikings, I believe, I've gotten a few confirmations. I'm waiting for one more on who their pick is. Who do you think it is?
I don't know. I'm fixated on my buddy John Snyder working down the line in the draft room, high-fiving because he's such a good dude, and I'm so happy that when things go well for him. And this is by the way, as we continue to go, I know we're going over to the Vikings, but remember, when you change as a GM and you bring in a new head coach and you move on, or it's time to move on from Pete Carroll, who's historic, there's a lot of pressure there. John's now the one that's now in charge. Along the way, he was still very much instrumental, but you get a guy like Pete Carroll, he's the final say guy. Now John is the final say guy.
Yep.
And now he's the guy that's truly has a hand on the wheel and the eyes upon the road. Who sang that song, by the way? The Doors, come on. Right?
Dallas Turner is the pick for the Vikings.
Good for them. Wow. Okay.
So the Vikings this offseason, they let Daniel Hunter walk. He went to Houston on a 2-year, $49 million deal. They got Jonathan Grenard back from Houston. They got Andrew Van Ginkel from the Dolphins, but you can't get enough pass rush, right? Their whole issue last year was outside of Danielle Hunter, they were not able to get a pass rush. Dallas Turner gives them a lot of versatility there in their 3-4 defense with Brian Flores. A defense that overachieved last year, by the way, Thomas, right?
Overachieved, can't get enough cowbell, to your point. And only reason I'm bringing up cowbell is because you throw analogies out there, right?
Yeah.
We need to keep hammering it, right? Hammer the bell for more people to get upfield, and that's what they do. And kudos to Kwesi and the staff. I love what they're doing, right? As far as jumping up, doing things, making the moves. We haven't gotten the compensation yet.
We have not gotten the compensation. I'm waiting on our guys here. Let's go ahead. Yeah. So Dallas Turner, by the way, Turner was the favorite to be the first defensive player taken, and ended up being Latu. Turner, best traits via Sumer Scout: pass rush moves, pass rush speed, lateral ability, pursuit, like just an absolute.
And wingspan.
Yeah.
Plus the wingspan differential, +8.
Yep.
Oh, man. 34 3/8 arm. Man, I'm loving it. This guy, again, Fort Lauderdale guy, St. Thomas A, great programs, goes and plays at a great program with a great coach. I think, interestingly enough, all of Atlanta was hoping that this guy was coming to Atlanta.
Yep.
Right? But he went that many picks later.
Yep. He went 9 picks later.
Yeah.
The Vikings gave up, by the way, 23, which is just the move up pick. They gave up a 5th this year, so they've already given up
4,
a 4 and 2 5s this year. They gave up next year's 3 and next year's 4 to move up. That's a haul.
That's a haul. Yeah, I'm liking it.
I mean, the thing is you're in year 3 of the rebuild, right? You're looking up at Detroit, you're looking up at Green Bay, and you have the same record as Chicago. You're looking up at Chicago. So they have to be bold here.
What do they have left? We should try to pull up what because I would love to talk a little bit.
Let's talk Minnesota and what they have left in this draft, because I can do this.
And while you're talking, I'll talk a little bit about Minnesota again. When you're talking about the Vikings, you're talking about Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, right? And just back to the storyline there, right? Here's a guy who is very, very smart, and very smart to have a lot of really good football people around him, right? Because as we all know, Kwesi's background, though he was with San Francisco and he was with Cleveland, he had basketball background, right? So very smart guy, Stanford guy, right?
Yep.
And what he does, like
Princeton guy.
Princeton.
Yeah.
I thought he spent some time at Stanford. Did he?
He was San Francisco.
Okay. So he was over there he was just scouting it.
I think he might have gone to, but he went to Princeton. That's where he played basketball.
He played basketball at Princeton. I thought he did his master's at Stanford, but maybe he didn't. Nevertheless, what I'm saying is when you have a data person that's the GM, I think it's massively important to make sure that you have the right people around you football-wise, right? This goes back to Sashi Brown. Sashi had a lot of good people around him. Sashi was a guy who was a GM for the Browns years and years ago. Strong, heavy data analytics approach, right? Things didn't work out there, unfortunately for him, but he is now the president over at Baltimore. My point on all this, a lot of people are watching Kwesi, right? They want to see what he's doing as a football team builder to see if the next wave is being more open to having data people in the big role or at the AGM role.
He's a standard bearer for people like me, right? Like if I mean, I obviously like him as a person, and I think he's very sharp. Everything you've said about him is true. But even if you root for him anyway because of what he represents, and he's not one of those you know him well. He's not one of those analytics people. Not that anybody really is, but he's not stuck up or conceited or anything. I think he goes about his business a certain way. And people respect him. I think that this is a bold move, and he's going up and he's trying to get. Now you look at him and you're looking at 2 wide receivers, Jefferson and Addison, 2 tackles, O'Neal and Darisaw, tight end and Hawkinson, quarterback and McCarthy, Grenard, Van Ginkel, and Turner. Then you have Harrison Smith. And now you're starting to I think that they can compete now. It's a tough division. So at least he knows what it's going to take to really compete in this. 3 years ago, all you had to do was roll the ball out there, and Detroit was rebuilding, Chicago was rebuilding, and the Packers were starting a new quarterback. You didn't have to be very good to win the NFC North. Now you have to be one of the better teams in the NFC to win that division, and he knows that, and he's trying to go out and be proactive about it. It's good for that. The Vikings, by the way, have pick 108, pick 177, 203, 230, and 232 left. This year, they only have 5 picks now left for next year because they gave up the second to next year to move up to 23 to get in a position there. So
look, in the very end, again, very adept staff around him. I'm talking about all the scouts, so kudos to them. They're aggressive on it. I love it. I know we're going over to Cincinnati. It looks like their pick is in.
Yeah, they took Georgia tackle Amarius Mims,
which is what we assumed all along, that they were going O-line, right?
Yeah, and they're always a year ahead, right? Mm-hmm. They're always a year ahead on these things, right? They got Trent Brown in here to start at right tackle. They have Orlando Brown to start at left tackle. Amarius Mims can, when's the last time Duke Tobin started somebody that had to start right away, other than Joe Burrow, right? He always, right? Trey Hendrickson asked for a trade this week, right? Why did he ask for a trade? Well, it's because Duke Tobin drafted Devin Osai and Miles Murphy. 2 guys are right there. And so when Trey Hendrickson is like, I want more money, he's like, I got backup here. And he's, Duke doesn't get enough credit, I think, for how adept he is at his job as GM of the Bengals.
Duke Tobin is
director of player personnel, but he's basically their GM.
He in essence is their GM. He comes from great stock. Of course, his dad was Bill Tobin, right? And Bill's brother was a head coach, and Duke knows football through and through, and he's one of the more sound. That organization is very fortunate to have him. He hasn't moved on to be a GM because he wants to be there, because he appreciates the organization and how they do things. Back to your point. I mean, Amarius Mims, 6'7".
Yep.
Everyone, 6'7", almost 6'8".
82 athleticism score. Which is obviously awesome. Play speed and strength per Sumer Scout were the 2 big things there. Toughness. I just think he's a guy that Cincinnati can build around. Trent Brown's there, so he doesn't have to come in. I mean, this league is tough, right? If you're AFC North, if you're a right tackle, you're facing TJ Watt, you're facing, whoever the Ravens bring in. Last year's Clowney had 10 sacks for them at left edge. And then, of course, in Cleveland, you're facing Myles Garrett and, Zadarius Smith and all those hosses they have there. So you have to bring your lunch to play offensive line in the AFC North. And, to be able to get a year where you are sort of redshirting is probably good.
11 1/4 hand, 86 and 3/4 wingspan, 36 and 1/8 arm length. Like, so we're talking about of course, he's almost 6'8", of course, right?
Yeah.
He's athletic, he's competitive, he's got an air to him. He comes from a program that has an air about them, right? He's a Cochran, Georgia kid, meaning he's a local guy, local enough, right? He comes from a really, athletic football state. We know that. And by the way, all the Georgia people, I am so sorry. I never drafted more Georgia players. I say that categorically because people always get down on me for that when I end up at social settings in Georgia. This guy can be a difference maker for them. He still has some growing to do, right? Yeah. He's not a finished product. He still has some growth and evolution about him. He's instinctive. He's instinctive.
Absolutely. I think it's a great pick. Your guy, Les Snead, by the way, on the clock in the first round for the first time since 2016.
Okay. That's amazing. Since 2000 what?
16. Since Jared Goff was the first overall pick.
Man. And I know he said over the years, F them picks. He doesn't necessarily adhere to that all the time, right? Because he's back and he's going to toss aside the F them picks idea. And if everyone gets that, I think he had a T-shirt on it in the, at the parade about effing them picks.
Yeah. Well, my colleague at PFF, Kevin Cole, was the one who made the mug for him.
I see.
Yeah, and so it was like, but he was able to joke.
Yeah.
He was able to joke with himself and handle it with such a plum.
Their needs. Go ahead. You want to talk about the?
Yeah, I mean they have they could draft a quarterback here because Stafford's not he's drafted in 2009. They obviously could use interior defensive line because Aaron Donald's retired. They could use offense. They probably need some pass rush, right? Their defense was. I thought that Raheem Morris, the reason he got the head coaching job with the Falcons is he did more with less talent on defense last year than I've ever seen a defensive coordinator do, right? They had 6th round pick here, 4th round pick there, 5th round undrafted. They didn't have any other than Aaron Donald, right? They didn't really have any like sort of blue chip players along that defense, and he made do with it, scheme and physicality and all that stuff. Now Donald's gone. They probably got to get somebody in there who can, who's a bona fide player.
I think Les and his group are pretty dialed in. I mean, not pretty. They're very dialed in. They know what they want. And I will be interested to see. I mean, Les is one of those GMs, by the way, as we're talking a little bit. You see them. Oh, that's actually
that's
Bengals.
Duke.
That's Duke, right? But
by the way, R.I.P. to Duke's dad who passed away last week.
Yes,
one of the legendary win after Mel Kiper on the 1994 draft, but also just drafted Marshall Faulk, went toe to toe with Marshall Faulk, going to be in Hall of Famer, so he got the last laugh there. But an awesome executive in the NFL, and obviously our hearts go out to Duke as he's drafting with a heavy heart. Probably
one of the best out there, and he set the tone for many of us in the personnel world, and most of us who followed his lead knew that you stood tall and stood strong as a personnel man, and you didn't get run over by coaching staffs. You had your place, scout, coach's coach, and we worked together. Yes, God bless the family, and again, rest in peace for sure. I back to Les Snead and the group there, right? We've talked about this. Les Snead is one of the GMs, and we're pulling into the Snead household here. It looks like. What are they wearing? Let's see. Is Snead wearing they're wearing hoodies.
Well, yeah. There's Kevin Demoff.
Kevin Demoff's in a hoodie.
Yeah.
Les is in a hoodie. They're not in ties, of course. My point is, they don't go to the combine.
Yeah.
Right. They don't go to the Senior Bowl. They do a lot of their work in vids. Right. Look where they are, though. That's why they're on the beach where Les lives. This is Les's club.
Yeah. No, they put a football field on the beach.
Unbelievable. Yeah.
Are you always a little jealous of you? I mean, Atlanta's a great city too, but LA is a different animal.
When Les and Kara, his wife, who's great, when they got out there, when they went to St. Louis, they knew something was going to take them out west. I guarantee it.
Okay.
They're not leaving there. If Les ever leaves there or something happens, God forbid, they're staying there. I can't imagine you ever. And I visited him. He's right in Malibu. That is their Malibu club that I bet you, if I called him right now, he's like, yeah, we did a deal with our club. They wanted us to have the draft party.
Well, the
there.
Rams have an interesting distinction, Thomas. They won the Super Bowl in their 5th year in St. Louis, and they won a Super Bowl in their 5th year back in LA. Those are random facts about the St. Louis / Los Angeles Rams. The Rams have taken, Thomas, Jared Verse, edge, Florida State. So fourth defensive player off the board for the draft. This Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock at 20. We are going to after this pick go to Detroit and talk to Ben Brown, our resident data scientist, Minnesota resident. We're going to talk to him a little bit about the Vikings picks of Dallas Turner and JJ McCarthy. We're going to let Thomas take a little bit of a break here, and then we're going to talk to Ben for a few minutes before Thomas comes back. This has been a fun draft so far. I mean, 2 trades, both of them by the Vikings, 4 defensive players taken, offensive linemen. Now we're at, 5 or 6 offensive linemen taken. I do think here's the question I have before the 5th year option for offensive linemen is like about 14, 15 million. Probably by the time it's all said and done, it'll be in that 18 to 20 range. Quarterbacks, by the time these guys are taken, it's probably going to be about 45 million. So it used to be a case where teams used to trade back into round 1 to just get that 5th year option. But that 5th year option is expensive now.
5th year option is expensive. I can't wait to start talking about Jared Verse, but yes, it is.
I think we're gonna get more teams trading into the 20s now to take offensive linemen out of back in. But let's talk about Verse for a second. Verse, by the way, you said that Verse was kind of like that third edge for you. Laitu was first, which is in Turner, so it's gone in the order that you still got it. But Verse a little stiff, but still very productive at Florida State, right?
So Verse is that guy again. He's not the longest guy. He's not the biggest guy. He's 6'3", 7. I mean, he's still got good length. He's got his arm length and his wingspan, 79.5 wingspan, 33.5 arms, legitimate, right? He can run. He's a 4, 5, 6 guy. Back to your point, he is known for being a little bit rigid. He's not the most fluid athletically. He's not bending and adjusting and stopping and starting in the same way that some of these other top-notch pass rushers are. Although I do believe he has upper tier pass rush ability.
Yep.
The fact that they were able to get him here was great because there was a while that people were talking about him in the top 10, 11, 12.
Yep.
This is the right spot for him. I thought right around 19, 20, 21.
Well, and the Chiefs took George Karlaftis 2 years ago, and he had kind of the same idea where very productive college player, very, but there were questions about whether he could bend, right? Whether was he a Derek Thomas or a Tamba Hali type of player, right? Where you could be an effective player, but maybe you can't be the best player in your own D-line, right? If you are the only player that's, needs to get pressure, can you be that guy? But George Karlaftis had 10 sacks this year. The Chiefs were the second best defense in the NFL. And, so he's certainly worked out. And so, that can work. Now, the Rams do a great job at developing players too. And we've seen it because they've only drafted guys late in the first round or late in the draft lately. But it'll be interesting to see once they draft and develop Verse, can they get the most out of him because they've gotten the most out of a lot of late round picks.
Now remember, you watch here. He can set the edge, right? He can be a 4-3 DN. He is strong. He can stab you. He might not be the prettiest pass rusher, but take the combination of all of those things when you need him to set the edge and do what he needs to do, but also get up, cover ground, and make plays as a pass rusher. I mean, you saw him there discard the block, literally throw a tackle aside and make the play. These are really important parts. And again, he's aggressive. He's the kind of guy that you want to be around. I get it. He's got the knockback ability. I like where this guy is. Dayton, Ohio guy of all things, right? Do you remember where he played prior to going down to? I believe it was Albany State.
Albany State.
We have to look that up, so I want to be stand corrected. So I believe that's where he transferred from.
Okay.
So as you're looking for, these are the kind of guys that, like you said, you can get between 20 and 25.
Albany, you're right.
Yep, Albany State, right?
SUNY Albany.
SUNY.
The Steelers the pick is in for the Steelers. We're gonna go to Detroit after we talk about Troy Fatanu, tackle Washington.
That's who just went.
Yes.
Okay. That guy. Love how he comes off the ball, stout. Love his aggressiveness, the ability to move off the ball, has versatility, right?
Yeah.
He's a guy that can play outside and can play inside. I mean, there aren't that many guards, right, in this draft.
Nope.
When you have a guy that has versatility like this, it's important. I like the pick for them. It seems like a really strong Pittsburgh pick.
Of course, and Pittsburgh last year down the stretch won the last 3 games. They were 7-7. They with Mason Rudolph at the helm, they won 3 straight games. But it wasn't Mason Rudolph. It was the running game. It was the defense, and Najee Harris 2 straight 100-yard games to end the season. And that was because the offensive line finally started road grading, and getting another guy in there that can actually play to me is a really good start for them. They'll probably have to go wide receiver a little bit later because they lost Deontay Johnson to the Panthers. But it'll be a very I think it'll be a very good start to a draft for the Steelers, who again, much like the Minnesota Vikings, are in a division. All 4 teams in the AFC North last year had winning records. You better bring and they brought Fields, they brought in, and remember Fields and Russ are both guys that struggle with pressure. Bring in, kind of build the wall around them. Do for Justin Fields what Chicago didn't, which is have an offensive line somewhat ready-made for him when he gets there, as opposed to building it while he's there, because Fields struggles with that.
Tell me biometrics. You have it in front of you. You have it opened up. I know. Like where's his arm span? Get the people perspective.
Troy, I got to get the perspective.
Okay.
He does have a 94 athleticism score
Okay.
from us, which is.
And I'll talk about that while you're looking it up, because when you get those guys that have the quick feet and they're nimble and they have the ability to step out, they have the ability to flip back around, turn back outside and come back, get their hands back up and slide and mirror.
6'4", 317, and he ran a 501. So we're talking about an athlete.
He's an athlete.
Yeah.
And you probably don't have the 3-cone there, because it'll be interesting to see if you did have the 3-cone.
He did not do 3-cone.
Okay.
He did have a 33-inch vertical jump, though,
Right.
which is quite impressive for a man his size. Okay, we're going to go ahead and do our first jump into Detroit here. So, Thomas, we're going to let you take a little bit of a break. We're going to jump to Detroit and go to one of our correspondents there.
You got it.
Okay. So, Matt, do we want to get Ben on the line here?
Tell me when I can exit.
Yeah. Well, hold on. We got to get Stopsky to get our correspondent Ben Brown on the line here. Ben, how's it going?
Oh, it's going well, man. It's a great time in Detroit. We got I would say all of the 13 prospects that are in attendance here going through the media room right now. So it's a fun environment. You can obviously see in the background we're in the media war room. Didn't know that existed, but it's been pretty exciting, I would say, to be on kind of the ground floor of what's happening at the NFL draft here in Detroit.
So tell me your first NFL draft, 2 trades so far, and they happen to be not only your hometown Minnesota Vikings, but they happen to be our standard bearer for the analytics movement, who is Kwesi Adofo-Mensah, who is giving up about half a win above replacement right now for those 2 trades. McCarthy worth it, I think. What do you think of Dallas Turner?
Yeah, I think, and that's very much going to be the question for the Minnesota Vikings kind of heading out of the draft, right? I think you said half a win from a WAR perspective. I think Anthony Reinhardt, an analytics guy, good follow on Twitter, kind of tweeted out from Joseph Jeff's like trade value across different calculations that they gave up like an early first round pick to kind of make all 3 of these moves that they've had at the start of like the overall NFL draft cycle. That's getting picked 20. So they definitely gave up a lot, as we've talked about, kind of like you mentioned, like going up to get JJ McCarthy, I think is one explanation. But when you're trading up to move to get a guy like Dallas Turner, who, for all intents and purposes, everything that we're hearing right now does have at least some sort of medical issues that I do think probably caused him to slide a little bit in the draft. It does sound like some teams potentially had him off the board. Like the fact that the Vikings were willing to not only draft him, but give up draft compensation to actually do that. I think it's a little bit of an overspend, and it very much, I guess, signals that the Vikings are trying to win and win now. But I still think that overall, given the sum of what they got in return for all of these trades that they had, like Questy's very much making moves, but I very much in this scenario, and that could be a hindrance, I would say, on the long-term outlook for the Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah, that is such a good point. I think where the Vikings are going here, though, I remember doing something on Vikings.com during the combine with Tatum Everett, and she said, she was like, if they stay at 11 and take an edge, who is that edge going to be? And I said, Dallas Turner. And, his over-under is 9.5, Ben. And if you're looking at it from Quasty's perspective, you get him at 17. That's 8.5 units, more than the market had him at. Maybe they're just looking at it and saying, maybe we're getting the 9th best player in the draft for, this move. But it's a lot. They gave up, a 3rd and a 4th round pick next year, which is going to be tough to build around JJ McCarthy. The whole thing about this, and I want you to expand upon this now, Ben, is like he talked in his press conference. There's quarterbacks you build around, and there's quarterbacks you can trade your picks, and sort of because they're so much better, you can trade picks to get them, and then there are other guys who you have to keep your picks so that they can have support. They did a masterful job with McCarthy, in my opinion, holding their water, getting to 10, only having to give up a little bit. But then now they give up all this for Dallas Turner. It's going to be weird. Where do you see McCarthy though now with Jordan Addison, Justin Jefferson, TJ Hawkinson, Aaron Jones, Ty Chandler, and a pretty good offensive line along with Kevin McCarthy? I think this is a great landing spot for quarterback 5.
Yeah, definitely. I think, from a fantasy perspective, it very much seems like JJ McCarthy is going to be successful relatively quickly in the Minnesota Vikings offense. I am, Eric, I am very much kind of with your overall synopsis that, they in some ways maybe saved a little bit on the JJ McCarthy transaction, didn't have to move maybe all the way up to where people projected him to be. It does seem in some ways like they were very, very much willing to give up certain draft considerations to go up and get a guy like Drake May, and probably didn't have those same sort of expectations to go up and get a guy like JJ McCarthy, because the Giants obviously sat on the clock at pick 6. The Vikings didn't feel the need, I would say, to go up and get JJ McCarthy before that 6th selection. So I do think in some ways it speaks volumes to your idea of what they need to and what they can do at the quarterback position, and kind of the difference in how they evaluated both Drake May and JJ McCarthy. But I think in some ways the Dallas Turner, trade, obviously it's not going to help JJ McCarthy directly, but I do think the fact that they couldn't maybe go out and get, their number 2 option overall at the quarterback position in this draft class in Drake May, they thought they had to at least add some more blue chip type prospects to solidify the defense. It does seem like Dallas Turner would be a pretty strong fit in the Brian Flores defense, and they very much kind of have, I would say, a depth at the edge rusher position that very much hasn't existed, I would say, in quite some time. They very much kind of have, I would say, a type, but I do think if you are going to buy into an edge in this draft class, Dallas Turner, for what I understand, very much kind of has that high upside athleticism that a lot of guys are going to gravitate towards. So although I'm not justifying the trade, I do think overall it makes sense that the Vikings are kind of saying that not only are they all in, but they're all in right now, and they're kind of eschewing some of these future draft considerations to potentially win here and win quickly in 2024.
So you're in Detroit. Edge player Robinson is in Detroit, but he is not the one that has just gone off the board. And I want to get your sort of reaction here. Chop Robinson of Penn State, the second Penn Stater of this first round, has gone at pick 21 to the Miami Dolphins. The Miami Dolphins, have struggled a little bit, with health along the defensive line with Bradley Chubb, Jalen Phillips getting injured last year. So he comes in as a premium position player, the 4th edge off the board, but he goes before Robinson, the Missouri edge here. So this is a little bit of a surprise. What do you think about this pick, Ben?
Yeah, I honestly, I do think it's a little bit of a surprise. I do think overall, like this edge class, one reason obviously that they got shoved down in some ways was because of the medicals, but they really didn't have, I would say, one top end guy that it seemed like every single team kind of bought into as the bona fide number one at that specific position. When you do have that, you do tend to see some surprises in how those players are kind of picked in the order in which they kind of come off the draft board. So although I do think it's a little bit of reach, it does seem kind of like you said, like I wouldn't have labeled like the edge position for the Dolphins all that much of a team need. But I think overall, kind of like we've talked about in other podcasts, like going the premium position route, especially towards the end of the first round, does make a lot of sense, especially if you're not going quarterback, because you do have at least a little bit more of a cost-controlled option on that fifth year for a less, I would say, marquee positions in the quarterback. So I'm a little surprised of the ordering in which these edge rushers have gone off, but I guess I'm not all that surprised that we have seen basically all of them kind of slip all the way down the track.
Yeah, no defensive players until pick 15 was certainly a surprise, but if you bet, for example, over 21.5 offensive players, you're feeling kind of good right now. However, if you're betting over 9.5 offensive linemen in the first half at negative prices, you're sweating this out a little bit, needing 4 out of the next 11 picks to be offensive linemen. Ben, when you think about the next few picks, Eagles here, Jaguars with the Vikings picks, Dallas Cowboys, Green Bay, where do you see the next few positions coming off the board?
Yeah, definitely. I think, obviously the Eagles in general have kind of gravitated towards, best player available, especially at premium positions. So I think they could go a number of directions. Obviously, I think cornerback, especially because we have seen that position slip relatively dramatically. That makes a ton of sense from the Philadelphia Eagles standpoint. I do think, the next 3 choices after the Philadelphia Eagles, either interior offensive line for the Jags, kind of moving back to that 23rd overall selection. I could also see tackles happening for both the Dallas Cowboys and Green Bay Packers. So although we haven't seen maybe that offensive lineman run that the betting markets were projecting, it still very much is kind of setting up to at least be to at least allow that to happen here towards the end of the first round for sure.
Yeah, for sure. I think that this could be a really interesting one because we have not seen Quinyon Mitchell. We have not seen Terrion Arnold. We have not seen Cooper DeJean. Cooper DeJean was mocked to this spot, but now you have a number of corners. You remember, Ben, the corner position has been one of the most random ones as far as, first position taken. Derek Stingley over Sauce Gardner, J.C. Horn over Patrick Surtain. You might get an upset here. Cooper DeJean, last time I checked, was anywhere like close to 10-1 to be the first corner taken. And, he's right now on Mel Kiper's board, the best player available. We also have Brian Thomas, who's also available. He might not go to the Eagles, who have 2 $20+ million wide receivers. But there's a lot of really good players still left on the board.
Yeah, definitely. It's exciting. And I think, that's got to be the expectation, obviously, with the quarterbacks going so quickly and so early, is that there's a lot of surplus, or there's a lot of value, I would say, happening in the late teens and early 20s here. And I do think some of these sharper teams that are on the board right now are very much going to be able to take advantage of it. But it's been, a great draft for teams that don't need quarterbacks, I would say, coming up so far in the first round.
Yeah, for sure. So, Ben, what has been, before we let you go, what has been the most memorable part so far about your first NFL draft? I got to say, even though it's been awesome to be with Thomas and talk shop, for hours with him, I'm a little jealous that you get to be there and you get to drink this all in and wear that awesome outfit you have on now. What's been the most memorable experience so far?
I mean, I was sitting up there, Shawn Syed and I got to ask Drake May questions about what he expects to be like, for the New England Patriots, kind of how they're going to design an offense around him. So it's been a surreal experience, obviously getting to mingle with a lot of different, NFL analysts, reporters, and everybody else. But this is, I would say, the most exciting time of the season. I'm just happy to be a part of it and kind of build on this momentum that we're building in the NFC North and the Minnesota Vikings, Jeff.
Awesome stuff. Well, Ben, thank you so much for your time. Go back to, all the fun as Quinyon Mitchell is the pick for the Philadelphia Eagles at 22. So they do go corner, but they go a different corner than many people believe they would go. First corner off the board, Quinyon Mitchell, who was the favorite the whole time, ends up being the pick out of Toledo. So, Ben, you have a good one. We're going to go ahead and have Thomas come back and another guest here, but But yeah, thanks for making your debut on the SumerSports 2024 draft show.
Yeah, thanks, Eric. You guys are crushing it. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you. Awesome. So we are in a good spot here. I think we're going to go right back to Detroit and get one of our awesome analysts on the board here to talk about the last few picks before we go back to Thomas. I believe we're going to get Sam Bruchhaus here, but let's just talk Quinn and Mitchell for a second. So Mitchell, 95% athleticism score, quite a good player for Toledo. Best traits is per Sumer Scout, man coverage, hips, swagger, which is quite interesting. I think our friend Bruce Gradkowski, formerly of PFF with us, will really like this pick as we get another Toledo guy. Let's go ahead and get Sam on the board here. Sam Bruchhaus, one of our data scientists at Sumer. Matt, if we want to throw him into the room here. Sam, how's it going?
Hey Eric, how you doing? Loving Detroit.
I bet. Have you had any of the Detroit style pizza yet?
We have not had any pizza yet. We were kind of focusing on the task at hand, and the big celebration is going to be a slice of Buddy's pizza, my favorite type of pizza despite living in New York.
It is my favorite type of pizza too, and I don't just say that because I'm a Detroit Lions Bobo. I truly do love that pizza. Your Saints, you're Tulane. You're a Tulane linebacker. We actually have somebody on the live stream who has played the game. But your Saints at 14 kind of did the expected thing. Talise Fuaga, the offensive lineman from Oregon State. Firstly, what's your take on that pick?
Going into the pick, I was pretty sure they were going to go tackle. In the last 2 to 3 weeks, the Saints have had kind of an upheaval of what they thought their line was going to look like. First came news, which is kind of still rolling out, about Ryan Ramczyk struggling with injury, struggling with recovery. There's been talks of medical retirement, and that's an all-pro there at right tackle. And then just this week, James Hurst, who typically was a depth piece but played a lot of snaps over the past years, retiring. You lose two pieces that have been, if not cornerstones, at least contributors on that line, and you kind of got to replace it. There were multiple guys I thought they could go with. I think at 14, Fuaga was probably the right pick in terms of, I think his EDP was right around there. And yeah, overall, I think it's a good pick. I wonder if they couldn't have traded back and gotten someone like Troy Caltano from Washington at a better value and probably add some stuff, but that's not in their MO really. That's not really something they've ever done.
Yeah.
So it wasn't expected.
Yeah, there seems to be teams that could have possibly gotten maybe a little bit better if they broke their mold. Like, the Bengals could have traded up for Brock Bowers or something like that. Mm-hmm. But and the Saints trading back, of course, and accumulating picks as they've kind of pulled back this offseason, Sam. Can you expound on that a little bit? Because it does seem like they've been a little less all in this year. And I find it kind of refreshing, and I think it's going to help them long term.
Yeah, I think they made the move to restructure Derek Carr, and they do have some young pieces, particularly when you look at Chris Olave. They like Alontae Taylor a lot. So Jordan Howden in the defensive backfield. There's positions of need, but this is a team obviously that is older. But those old guys have been good, and they've been good year after year, and that's the reason why they're even still in contention despite some of the cap struggles they've had. So when you look at what they've done this year, I think they're trying to ease into kind of a rebuild while still having Derek Carr quarterback and maintaining a pretty good offensive line while they have Kamara as well. The future is still pretty vague with the players that they have. They're still kind of in a situation where they're probably going to have to continue to restructure people. But it'll be interesting to see if they do make the transition, particularly with their day 2 and day 3 draft picks. If those players end up being good, it may ease some of the interesting places they've been in the last 2 years.
Absolutely. I think that this has been a very good offseason for them. Obviously, they disappointed last year with one of the easiest schedules in the league, and they weren't really able to capitalize on it. But instead of sort of going all in and putting good money after bad, I think that they've done a really good job of pushing forward here on some smart moves. This has been a smart move for us to have Sam on. Sam, enjoy the rest of your time in Detroit. We're going to bring Thomas back on the show here. Really thrilled and excited for you guys' live stream. Can you for a second here give the listeners a preview of what you guys are going to do tonight after the first round of the draft?
Yeah, so what we're going to do is break down all the high points of this first round, which at first looked like it was going to be pretty chalk, and then all of a sudden pick 8 blew up. You're going to learn more about the quarterbacks, as we've covered prior to. We're going to talk about the surprises, the people who we think are winners, and we're going to have a little fantasy talk too. So excited to hop on right after the draft ends.
Yeah, that's amazing. Obviously, we have Tej Seth and his fantasy projections along with Ben that powered our draft guide. Those will be updated once we know who is playing for whom after this weekend, and it should be a really great product. Sam, thank you so much. Follow Sam on Twitter. Follow Sam's podcast, The Class Play. He did a great job of breaking down this class player by player, week by week. It was phenomenal. Sam, thank you so much for coming on.
Appreciate it, Eric.
All right, so we're going to continue here. We're going to bring Dimitroff back. We have a few picks to talk about here, so this should be fun to go over a few of these picks with Thomas. Thomas, as a former defensive back yourself for the Guelph Griffins, it must have hurt a little bit to see how few defensive backs were going, but we got. The last few picks, we had Chop Robinson go to the Miami Dolphins. We had Quinyon Mitchell, the first corner, come off the board to the Philadelphia Eagles at 22. And right now the Jags are on the clock with their pick. What are your thoughts?
Let's talk Quinyon Mitchell for a minute.
Yeah.
I mean, we were talking about this before, right? Small school, not a small school. I mean, it's
Group of 5.
Yeah.
Not Power 5.
Yeah, not Power. Really good football player. A lot of people saw him at the Senior Bowl, Eric, right? When you have some questions about competition as a team builder, as a scout, you really want to go to the Senior Bowl and or other bowl all-star games and combine, as much as people say, it's basketball on grass, whatever they're doing there. But you want to see them juxtaposed, right? You want to see them side by side with some of the best talent out there. People walked away from the Senior Bowl, and they're like, this cat can play. He is quick. He is fluid. He can jam his foot in the ground and break on balls in front of him, flip his hips and go deep, make plays on balls. Ball skills are huge. This kid's got very good ball skills. You watch him.
He didn't give up much of anything this year as far as in coverage. He was so good. Passer rating well below 50 last year. Just a guy who breaks up passes, intercepts passes, just does a really good job at his craft here. So
you watch him at the Senior Bowl. You watch him stay in phase, and everyone knows what that is, right? It's basically stay in phase, stay hip to hip, don't get run off. He's got that kind of ability. He had a nice 40 time, right? I mean, he's one of those guys that 4.33 at the combine. Mm-hmm. He was just a guy that you knew someone was going to pull off the board earlier than may have been projected. Excited for him. Excited for Philly. There's Howie again. I love the group.
And Howie, a few years in a row, traded up, right? So traded up, got his guy, kind of going against what we would call the analytics, Thomas. Mm-hmm. This year, he holds his water. He gets the best corner in the draft at 22, well below where everybody thought he would go, Thomas. So a very good choice there. Chop Robinson, a little bit of a surprise, but a very good tester, right? Ran a sub 4.5 in the combine. Penn State has produced some pretty good pass rushers, namely, Micah Parsons of late, LeVar Arrington back in the day, of course, from the linebacker spot. But Chop, when I think about Chop Robinson here going to the Dolphins, it's Jalen Jalen Phillips, had an ACL at the end of the year, so he needs some spelling. Obviously, Bradley Chubb, they've traded a lot for him, but he's had his injuries. It's been, they need to get reinforcements there so they get younger at that position. So a couple picks that make sense. The Jaguars pick is in, Thomas.
Just on Chop for a minute. When you think about Chop, again, not a special player, right? I mean, he's a little bit undersized. We talked about it a little bit. He does have some pretty darn good natural pass rush skills about him, right? Excellent get off and such. To me, I think I was thinking about this earlier. I think this is the type of player that you can win with because he's got consistency to him. Back to being raised in a system and through a head coach and a lot of coaches that I like on that staff that I think do a really good job getting their guys ready. Look, I think this is a very good football temperament guy, and I think it's good for them.
Yeah, and like I said, he doesn't have to come in and be the everything everywhere all at once pass rusher because of how they built that team, even though that team has some injuries with it. LSU wide receiver Brian Thomas is the Jaguars pick from Trent Baalke.
Wow. Okay, so that was a trade back, right?
The trade back.
Yep.
They get and Brian Thomas, at one point in time, his draft prop was pick 15. So people are thinking he was going to go at 15, and he now falls to 23. That's pretty good value for Trent.
I think it's good value.
You lose Calvin Ridley. You Gabe Davis comes in, but Gabe Davis is kind of not the Gabe Davis is a jump ball wide receiver. You need a guy that can get open. Yep. Brian Thomas last year, 87 targets the whole year. 87, not that many. 17 touchdowns on 87 targets. That's insane, right? And a lot of that's Jaden, but some of that's Brian Thomas being a really good wide receiver.
What was his time at the combine, by the way?
Yeah, you got to look that up.
I didn't know. So let's talk about him a little bit more. Yep. When you talk about Trent and you talk about making sure that they continue to supply who we think is a legitimate quarterback, right? We love the way that he's growing.
4.33 for Brian.
So
Thomas.
He's a 3.3 guy, another speed merchant. Yeah. They did okay. Maybe they were disappointed. They were never going to pay Calvin Ridley, as I understand.
Right.
I mean, Calvin goes to Tennessee, and I think Calvin, what was he, 22, 23 million? What was it?
Yeah, it was in that range. Yeah.
So they weren't going to pay him. I think not that they were disappointed. They got out of Calvin Ridley what they wanted. They knew they weren't going to rock.
But I think that offense was missing something last year. You watch those games, and like we said, Trevor Lawrence was hurt a lot.
Sure.
And there was an aspect there, but that team could not get a basket when they needed one at the end of game. Like you need wide receivers that when you hit the back foot are open. And I think that was a pretty missing part. You saw him hesitate in the pocket a lot, and maybe he didn't trust Calvin, maybe he didn't trust Christian Kirk, and Christian Kirk was hurt a lot. And that offense ended up being just a bunch of short passes to Evan Ingram, which I don't think you can sustain an offense with.
I think this is a good value for Trent Baalke and co. Right? They know their work. Trent is very talented. He knows what he's doing. He knows what he wants.
Yep.
He also communicates very well with the head coach. They know they can move back here. I love the fact that they moved back and got something that they
by the way, I didn't say this. I saw this with Ben Brown when it was on air. Mm-hmm. The Jaguars picked up 3/8 of a win of WAR by trading back. Okay. So that's a pretty good, so every time you can pick those wins up off the ground. I mean, they lost their division by one win. So anytime you can kind of gain ground that way, it's smart. Dallas is now.
Do you have? Let's talk about Dallas needs for a minute.
Yeah.
And not only do they.
Well, so let's because you've been in this seat before. I think that this is where you can, shed some real light on this. Jerry Jones is bombastic. They have the Dallas Cowboy bus at the combine. Jerry, is one of the more. The Cowboys are not on the clock.
Oh, they're not.
The Detroit Lions are on the clock.
They just traded?
Yes.
Okay.
That means we might have to throw to Tej Seth, our Detroit correspondent.
Let's do it. I love Tej on there.
Yeah, okay. Lions trade. We're gonna call our guys here. Let's. Okay. Okay. So the Lions are on the clock, but let's talk Cowboys for a second because they did trade back. Okay.
Yep.
So people don't, I think, understand what you have to deal with as a team builder sometimes when in various ebbs and flows. This, some teams can spend all the time. Some teams don't spend rarely at all. And so in this, Jerry famously said that the Cowboys were all in this year, but then no spending in free agency. They're not giving Dak a contract extension, all this kind of stuff. They need Micah Parsons under contract. They need CeeDee Lamb under contract. Neither one is. Dak Prescott's on the last year of his deal. This is a pivot point for this football team.
And they move back.
And move back
to where? Where was?
Well, I would assume 29.
Okay.
And the Detroit pick is in. I really like this pick for Detroit, Thomas.
Is it surprising to you?
No. So Quinion Mitchell went.
Yep.
And now the second corner is coming off the board.
Okay, well, good.
Terrion Arnold.
I like Terrion Arnold. Yes.
Alabama. Detroit didn't have good corner. Like, they haven't had good corners in forever. And so they were able to make the conference championship last year despite not having, and Green Bay was looking to draft corner too. I think Green Bay might go Cooper DeJean here at 25. That's been a rumor. It could go offensive line as well. But yeah, so we have.
You think Nate is Wiggins? You don't think he comes off?
It could be Nate Wiggins too, for sure.
Well, he can fly, but people are wondering is there something that's holding him back? Is there something off the field that he has to deal with? Because he can fly. He has the ability, quite honestly, to go in the top 15, if not earlier.
Yeah.
Nate is. I'm just.
But he's thin, and I think people looked at how Emmanuel Forbes struggled last year, and they're a little bit weary about him, and the like. So I like this pick a lot. We might not get Tej quite yet because he was not expecting the Lions to pick there. We'll throw to him whenever we get the opportunity, Matt. But let's talk about Detroit now. So Detroit's going with Arnold. They lost Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, who got some big plays for them, but was mostly hurt last year. Obviously, they went Jeff Okudah in the draft a few years ago. That didn't work. They really struggled. They even brought in Desmond Trufant once, your old guy, to go play, and he didn't have any legs left. I think this is a really good place for Brad Holmes to get younger. I'm interested to see what they gave up for this, but we get the third trade now in round one, which is Detroit.
And we don't have what they gave up yet.
No,
but,
I'm not seeing that
But
yet.
Again, moving up from, you said
29 to 24.
Right? Okay. Again, versatile guy. This guy, in my mind, matchup ability to him. Playmaker, he's a guy that has really good eyes. He's got ball skills. Look, closing and burst. He's not a speed merchant.
Yeah.
4.48. In today's world, sometimes you're seeing these guys that are 2.9 to 3.3s, a little bit less of the speed, but he is a football player, and he's one of a lot of the scouts that I talk to out there. He's one of the favorites, right?
Yeah.
Hardworking, team leader, all the things you're looking for in that position. They came up with him because they thought he's a legit guy. They've done that before with some of their defensive backs, right?
Yep.
And they know what they want, and I think they're digging in deep here. That's a good move up for them.
Yep. Let's go ahead and get our pal Tej Seth on. I'm gonna throw some earbuds in here so I can talk to him. Tej, your Lions moving up to 24. Taking Alabama corner, Terrion Arnold. What are your immediate thoughts? Firstly, you're going to get to leave the draft early now and beat the traffic because the Lions aren't picking at 29 anymore.
I am big about beating the traffic. I feel like even when I went to my first Lions game, their 0-16 season, we even talked about beating the traffic then when the stadium was half empty. So that'll be nice to do that today out of the media room. But I do really like this pick because, one, you're jumping the Packers to take a corner. I think if the Packers were at 25, they would have ended up taking Terrion Arnold. So it's good that the Lions were able to kind of jump them and get a corner there. And this is a cornerback that was expected to go at 16, as we have here from our data at Grinding the Mocks. He was someone who was really good when targeted last year, as you see from this data from StatsBomb here. So I like this pick by the Lions for sure. Definitely fills the need.
Awesome stuff. So Tej, so we don't have the trade numbers yet. Obviously, trading up for a non-quarterback is, generally speaking, not always plus EV, but this has been a move and this has been a position for them that has really been a problem point for them. If they hit on this pick, are they a contender to be a top player in the NFC?
Yeah, I mean, you do bring up a fair point where, we usually see based on trade charts or ESPN study where they used approximate value, like oftentimes the team trading back is getting a little bit more value in the trade. But like your article mentioned a couple of weeks ago, like teams that are kind of in that contention tier might want to do these types of moves and move up, much like Thomas moved up for Julio Jones. I hope the Lions are kind of in that spot where you make the NFC Championship last year, despite starting Cam Sutton and Kendall Vildor as your two outside corners. Now you add, someone who you can eventually hope can guard wide receiver ones, which Lions really struggled with last year, and really have those types of ball skills where he can break up passes against some of these top end receivers in the league. And like you brought up, like maybe this does kind of put their defense from in the 20s to maybe league average. And then if you pair a league average defense with a top 8 offense, I think you can have a really good team there.
Yeah, I think conservatively on top 8, and that's if, basically assuming injuries and stuff, you could, if you stay healthy, you're probably a top 5 offense. So before we let you go, Tej, what has been your favorite part of the draft so far? What has been the nugget that you've learned through walking around the media room, and what should we expect over the next 8 or so picks in round 1?
Yeah, so I mean, favorite thing of the draft so far was really just kind of showing up to the media room and talking to some people who were in Kansas City last year, and them talking about how this is 4 times as big as it looked last year. I think it's a really cool look for the city of Detroit to have that. Listening to your guys' show, hanging out with Sam, Shawn, and Ben here, seeing Shawn's journalistic powers kind of turn on when these different players come to the podium has been really cool. He's been asking them questions, and yeah, over the last 8 picks, I think we're going to see decent amount of defense just because of how much offense we saw earlier, and I think that when we're doing our post draft show tonight, we should have a decent amount of winners of this draft based on some trades. And I think your Chiefs are probably going to go offensive tackle or maybe receiver, so that'll be really interesting to see how it plays out as well.
Yeah, we're the people who bet over a number of offensive linemen were doing pretty well, but now they're going to sweat it out, to your point, because of the number of defensive players that have come. This has been great. I can't wait to listen to you guys' show on my drive home. You guys have been awesome out there. And for the people that don't know, Tej has been instrumental in making a lot of these graphics, a lot of these statistics, a lot of the projections that went into our draft guide. And so even though Thomas and I have been on air most of the night, Tej has played a huge part in this show. Tej, have a great time the rest of the first round, and we'll talk to you later.
Thank you. Yeah, appreciate you having me on.
Awesome. Okay, and we have our guy Tej Seth from Detroit, one of our best analysts. Full of energy and really excited about his hometown Detroit Lions finally having a defensive back that they can be proud of. I agree with him. I'm very much of the belief that this is the right building block for them as they move forward here.
Again, as I've talked before, I mean, it seems like they've had corners there in the past that haven't necessarily worked out. They moved one over, as you know, to Atlanta last year, who, I think this is good for them. This is the type of player that they can, again, defensively competitive. He's a guy that's mature, been around a very, very sound coaching program. I always say that about these corners, right? Because you need them to be able to play outside and the versatility to play inside, but you need them to have the confidence, if they are a 4-4-8, to be out there, be on an island, and be able to run. And know that he does play faster, in my mind, than a 4-4-8.
Well, and the speedster guys, I mean, we've seen the numbers, right? They don't do as well at the NFL level. And that doesn't mean you should draft slower players on purpose. But it does mean that, if you can guard people in the SEC, that stands for something, right? And 4-4-8's he's not Otis Smith, Thomas.
He's not, Otis. Nice pull.
Yeah.
Nice pull on that. No, he's not. And he's got a jacket and a suit that probably would be very well suited for Eric Eager. And I'm excited, that we're seeing him. He looks happy.
Yes.
He looks happy. The only reason I say that is because, again, he's a Southern kid going up to the north, and
But at least they have a dome.
They have a dome for sure. But he's going to be playing in some rough weather up there. But I love the kid.
Yeah, I like
Love
this
him.
pick a lot, and I think that the teams that got value here were very much Eagles and the Lions getting Arnold and Mitchell where they got them. Green Bay's on the clock. Green Bay, ballsy last year. Went with Jordan Love, sight unseen mostly for all of us.
Mm-hmm.
Started out slow. Jordan Love started playing like a really good quarterback. Then they had a little bit of a dip. And then Jordan Love in the playoffs played about as well as any quarterback in the league was playing.
Yeah.
And you think about Brian Gutekunst, you think about all the folks that they have there that are, Jack Kaminsky, their analytics guy. I mean, they just have, I think that they're just one of the most well-run organizations in the NFL. It's really hard for me to have anything but admiration for Green Bay. And whatever they end up doing in these drafts, I always kind of, there's teams, right? Like, I don't know if you've noticed this, Thomas, but like everything I write for Sumer, I'm trying to like look at your old moves and learn from them. Whenever Green Bay does something, I'm like, okay, why is Green Bay doing this? Because generally speaking, I think it's probably a sharp thing to do.
Brian Gutekunst, yes, he's sharp. He's a football guy. Think about it now. He's coming off of all the hammering he took 4 years
Yes.
on Aaron Rodgers for sure, right? That's not a easy situation to be at loggerheads with your starting quarterback as a GM coming in there.
By the way, he looks an awful lot better now that Rodgers has started talking more, right? He looks like the more sane person, and in fact, probably cut bait at the right time.
I think, look, this is a smart move for him, of course. We'll be interested to see. The pick is in here. But again, he and Matt LaFleur working together, understanding each other is obviously a very important thing. We always say that, right? Side by side,
Yes.
working together. But remember, Brian Gutekunst comes from a situation. Green Bay has always been of the belief, coaches coach, scout scout.
Yep.
So they work together, but the coaches don't override the scouting. So even though Matt's got a place there, Brian's the guy in charge there for personnel.
Yeah, and I think that works. I mean, I think Matt LaFleur is like one of the best winning percentage of any head coach in NFL history because he kind of like they stay in their lane and there's been consternation there. Brett Favre was a lot at the end, and obviously Aaron Rodgers was a lot at the end, but they've come out and they've been stronger. Packers here, speaking of stronger, Thomas.
Oh.
Jordan Morgan, tackle Arizona.
We were talking about him earlier.
Yeah.
I mean, the idea of going to O-line here and Jordan Morgan, I'm watching him a little bit. I got a chance to watch him today. I'm sure at this spot they knew what they were going to be getting, right? They weren't going to move up. There were too many O-linemen here. And to pick an O-lineman, they're pick 25, right? With Jordan.
Yeah, pick 25, yep.
And I think it's important if you're pulling up Jordan and you look at the data there that we bring up on
77.5 athleticism score. Yeah. A very, when you look at him from a 6'5", 311, ran at 5.04 in the 40, like you're talking about another big athletic player.
And again, these guys do a really good job with the O-line over the years. And they've done a good job over the years because they've been very mindful of the type of player. They won't always shoot for the stars on it. They'll know what they're getting there. I know that sounds kind of like, that's elementary.
But like take like Zach Tom out of Wake Forest, who is like kind of not that many people thought he was a blue chip player, but he's their best offensive. He's their best offensive lineman right now, right?
That's
and
right.
David Bakhtiari was a 4th round pick. Corey Lindsley was not a top pick. Going back even to like the Ross Averbas and those kind of like the Green Bay's always done a good job at this position.
They've always done a good job, and they've been proud of it, right? They get the guys in there that are, again, back to versatility. I've seen it over the years. The players they're picking, and they're not. Again, my point is they're not overshooting for someone that's like a flashy athlete. They're going to get the guys that they know are going to fit into that system. They're going to be tried and true. They're going to be consistent. And this appears to be another one of those.
Yep. And a team that did a lot of drafting at wide receiver last year, Dontavian Wicks, and Jaden Reed, as well as 2 years ago with Romeo Doubs and Christian Watson. Like, they've built their offense with young cornerstone players. It's a good move. I there's not a whole lot I can say. Like, I always think they drafted again a year ahead of time. Last year, Lucas Van Ness went high, right? He was a backup for them early on. Now he's going to be, I think, a premium player for them. Same with Rashawn Gary a few years ago. They drafted him when they had starters at his position already. Okay, we're at 7 offensive linemen, Thomas.
7 offensive linemen. This guy, just by the way, again, he's left tackle. When I say versatile, I'm just saying another guy that I think that they can grow with. I know I've said that a number of different times about it, but he's a range guy, and he can pull, and he's got ability to slide off that left side. I would be really interested to see where he truly is on the strength. He's 6'5", 311, right?
Yeah.
Just to finish him off. Nice arm span, wingspan, 81 plus. I think again, this is the guy for them off the left side to grow with, which is going to be important for them.
Yeah, and Zach Thomas, versatility. So does Eldon Jenkins, their center / guard. So they have some ways to win on offense. Tampa Bay on the clock. Our guy Jason Light, who we dubbed Jason Wright a number of times. He's on the clock there with the Tampa Bay Bucks at 26. What do we think here? I mean, like the Bucks surprisingly won that division last year. They won it 3 straight times. Prior to that string, they'd never won a division more than once in a row. So they're on an impressive streak here. Post Tom Brady era, they had Baker Mayfield, and they gave Baker an extension. Mike Evans is back. Chris Godwin's back. They could use offensive line. Tristan Wirfs is really good at left tackle. He's been a right tackle at times. Donovan Smith left, and so they have some holes there. Ryan Jensen retired, of course, a few years ago. That could be a place where they look. And then defense, they lost Shaq Barrett rushing the passer. They lost Devin White, who was fading for them anyway. And then at cornerback, Carlton Davis was traded to the Detroit Lions, and so was Sean Murphy-Bunting left a few years ago. So they have holes. Right? They could fill a number of them here, and Jason Light will probably find a way to do it.
Jason does a really good job, as we said before. You call him Jason Wright. I love that. He never answered my text when I called him that. So
really?
I don't know. Maybe he took it a certain way. I didn't footnote you on it yet, so I'll make sure I try to do that. I like the idea of a corner for him, but I still think there's some corners out there. But to your point, O-line, we're starting to drop down in the O-line deal, though, right? And we've had how many go now?
So the Bucks just picked one.
Okay.
Graham Barton,
Duke. Okay, good.
So Barton, now we're starting to see some of those guys, right? Like they're starting to fall off a little bit.
They're starting to fall off, and they still. I mean, these are the kind of guys, again, Duke guy. This guy's another 6'5" plus guy. 314, but he's a sub 5'1" guy. He's a 5'05" guy.
Yep.
This is the area that you're getting good football players that you can build around. They can be there as a starter for you for years to come. They're not special, right? That's okay, right?
Yep.
But the consistency. He's a Brentwood, Tennessee guy, right? So he's one of those guys that has been raised in a good situation. He's been around a good football program as a young guy, and being at Duke, being around I think being around a good quarterback, being around a good coaching staff there, I think is going to be good for them. Graham's got the ability and the versatility to play center and guard as well, right guard as well as left guard. He does have that ability, right? Mm-hmm. So I think that's one of the things that's going to be beneficial for the Bucks.
Yeah, for sure. And again, they had needs in a number of different places. They got Baker Mayfield locked up. Baker's always been a guy that when interior pressure happens has struggled, and so this is kind of a place to help him. Now, your guy Monty, for the second time, Patriot Paradigm GM, with his second of 11 picks, is on the clock at 27. They went Marvin Harrison Jr. with the 4th pick of the draft. kind of went chalky there.
I just want to go back to the just quickly on Barton for a minute, because when you think the idea of moving inside, there aren't that many guards this year. Just given his length, maybe a little bit lack of length, I can see him moving inside. And I've had conversations with Jason Light about that. He's got a pretty good eye for projecting inside when a guy's,
because that's a place where you have to be traditional scouting has to be somewhat the way. Because I remember, building college pro projections at PFF. It's like, if you don't have data on how a guy's played at guard, you're kind of guessing, right? And I think sometimes a scout can see that better than the data can, because sometimes left tackle, right tackle. Does the guy look ambidextrous with his feet? Does the guy look a certain way? And I think scouts can really see that better than the data currently.
This guy, of course, is a smart guy. You don't go to Duke and not have a brain about you.
Yeah.
And the ability to pull, the combination inside, there's a lot going on, right? You're not just kind of out there sliding one way. I mean, there's a lot going on in the NFL. So to have a guy like that with a combination of smarts and the ability to pull and trap, I think is good for them. So I just wanted to make sure he gets his due, and Jason does, because even though they're not flashy picks at this point, they're guys you walk away feeling good about starting your draft.
I think there's a lot of those kind of players in the draft right now for NFL teams. Cardinals kind of need everything, right? They need, except, they could even use another wide receiver. Trey McBride's a very good tight end out of Colorado State, of course. Offensive line, they've done some work there. They got Jonah Williams from Bengals is there to help with Paris Johnson, the guy they took in the top 10 last year, or top pick last year. Defense does seem to be the place where they need to go. They gave up a lot of stuff last year, and for historically, when Steve Keim was the GM, it was always kind of like those tweener players. It was the Hassan Reddick, it was the Zaven Collins, it was those kind of players that always kind of were edge players, but also off-ball players. And I think that they, what they really need is a kind of a guy to get in and be able to rush the passer, right? And be able to really give, Matthew Stafford, Brock Purdy, and Geno Smith some hell in the NFC West. And I think if they do that, then, they'll be on their way to winning some football games now.
They, their head coach and their GM, in my mind, I think are hitting it off well, and I expected them to, right? They both have good minds about them, and I think by putting a pass rusher in this, I agree with you. I don't know who that pass rusher is, though. I don't know to project on who we think can be a difference maker.
So Darius Robinson is the last player that's still at the draft. The Missouri edge, 5-tech kind of guy, 4'9" guy. Not a great athlete, but also bigger, right? He would be, honestly, Darius Robinson would be who I would have projected you guys with the Patriots back in your paradigm days to go with, right? The Ty Warrens and the Jarvis Greens and those kind of players. Like, that's kind of where he sits. The Cardinals do run a 3-4 with Gannon. And so that could be what they do, and have him play kind of, that interior role. But that's one possibility.
Well, we're flashing back around here, and the pick is in with the Cardinals, right? Are you already getting that fast?
I actually see
revelation?
2 things. I see 2 things happening. So Darius Robinson is the pick.
Oh, wait a minute. Were you projecting, or did you kind of have that inside information?
I just saw it. It just came up. But
Okay.
But the other thing that happened, Thomas,
Yep.
is Brett Veach and the Kansas City Chiefs have traded up to pick 28 with their rival in the AFC, the Buffalo Bills.
Oh, really?
Kansas City has beaten Buffalo in 3 of the last 4 playoffs.
We don't normally do that.
No, normally do that. Kansas City has moved up to 28. Could this be? Well, so let's talk about Robinson for a second, because we'll talk about who the Chiefs take when they take him. But Chiefs did take a trade. That's the 4th trade of round 1. Darius Robinson, I mean, kind of a surprise to be in the group of 13 people that got to go to the draft, for one.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
To me, he's a little again, another not flashy guy. He's a 5 technique in my mind.
Yeah.
He's got a little bit of heavy leg to him, right? We call him that. Like, He's a 6'5" guy, right? He's a legitimate size guy. He can take it on. He can hold the point. He can stab you as you need to. He's not a pretty pass rushing guy. You might be able to pull up his sacks there. I don't have him right in front of me. Long arms. He is a power rush guy. That's going to be his ability for them. And I'm wondering who's going to be, sort of complimenting on that.
Yeah, they need an actual like edge, kind of player to really go there. 4.95 in the 40.
Yep.
4.76 in the short settle. 7.87 in the 3-cone drill. 35-inch vert, so somewhat explosive on the vertical side, but
okay, let me just 7.87.
Yeah,
that's not good.
Yeah,
7.87 is a long, loping, heavy-legged person.
I mean, what's the ceiling here for him? Is it going to be like Justin Tuck?
Well, I mean, when I watched Justin Tuck, I thought Justin Tuck had some more natural pass rush skills to him. This guy's strong. Don't get me wrong. That's what they're hoping that they have a big old stud in there that can hold the point, and that's going to be important for them as a 5 technique.
Yeah.
And again, not fast, strong as heck, big arm length, guy, wingspan guy, and these guys are never flashy guys though. These are never guys that you're thinking, wow, he's just going to disrupt. He might be a 3 or 4 sack guy. I'm sorry, did you pull the sacks up?
Yeah, I haven't
Okay.
been able to look at his stats here.
Well, I think he's probably in that 3 to 4.
He had 3.5 sacks in 2022.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he, like you said, he is one of your 5 techs at New England.
Yeah.
The Chiefs, by the way, have taken a wide receiver with pick 28.
The Chiefs have, okay.
So they traded with Buffalo.
Traded with Buffalo. And why do they still have Buffalo? They still haven't announced
We're just a little bit ahead.
Okay, so I'm still watching Monty Austinforth with his
5 tech.
With his dapper suit there. And I was just trying to get my head around it. So, okay. We're at the Chiefs. They took a what? A receiver?
They took Xavier Worthy of Texas.
Remember in our mock draft with
Marcus Whitman.
Marcus Whitman. We were talking about it, and that was one of my picks. And I said they're going big for him. Yeah. Speed merchant.
But is it weird though that Buffalo didn't want, because Buffalo, no Diggs, no Gabe Davis. They don't have any wide receiver. Like, I mean, they have Khalil Shakir and Curtis Samuel. They have Dalton Kincaid, who they drafted last year.
Yeah.
Is that a little bit of a surprise that Buffalo would give that pick to Kansas City? I mean, Kansas City must have given them a haul, I think.
They must have given them quite a bit. It is surprising, but no, I think Buffalo is being smart about it. They're moving back. How many picks are 4?
5.
5 picks. Yeah. No, I'm not that surprised.
The Chiefs cut Marquez Valdez-Scantling, their deep guy this year. Rashee Rice got into trouble with the law. He'll probably be suspended.
Mm-hmm.
They need wide receivers, right? Like they need bodies if nothing else, right? And they got Marquise Brown to play there, which is good. But Marquise Brown is on a 1-year contract, so this is obviously helping them for the future. Dallas is now on the clock at pick 29. They traded back, of course, with Detroit.
Do we want to talk Xavier Worthy anymore?
I do. 4-2-1, right?
Smoked it.
And he runs good routes. Like he's not.
No,
I mean, I think we all look at him as a speed guy because of John Ross and Corey Coleman and all the guys that ran fast 40s that couldn't actually do anything in the league. But Xavier Worthy is a real player.
He's a real player. He's endorsed well there. Very, very good, ability to we call it like gather themselves and gather their weight going into and out of his cuts, right? That's a big thing. Of course, he explodes out of it. Of course, he has the ability to take it deep. Of course, they have not had a guy since they moved your buddy to the Dolphins who can rip it off. Well, I know they have some guys, don't get me wrong.
No, but they haven't had a guy who's an actual threat there.
Who's an actual threat.
Yeah.
He's obviously the flex and impact return ability as well.
Yeah, because now they changed the kickoff, to actually be a real play.
But he's 165. Tyreek was
Tyreek's kind of hulked out.
Yeah,
he's like 2.
Yeah. But look, I think what this guy does is, you were saying it the other day in our discussion. I mean, yes, they have one more year. I'm trying to think of their receiver crew there.
So they have Marquise Brown, Sky Moore, Kadarius Toney.
Who's up this coming?
Justin Watson.
And so I think this guy is in the hopper with them. You run him out there, you get him involved very early. You don't have to always mix him underneath, but you get him just ripping off the top.
Yep. No, I agree. I like that pick. I think Brett Veach has only traded back once in his entire career as Chiefs GM, and it was not this year. But they needed that. They needed that player. They eschew offensive line, by the way. Chiefs. Wanya Morris is their left tackle right now. They might go back to Donovan Smith, but Wanya Morris is their right tackle, right? Or is their left tackle right now, Thomas?
Is their left tackle?
Wanya Morris.
Okay.
3rd round pick last year.
Yeah.
Played some games this year, but Donovan Smith ultimately is still a free agent. I'm sure they have him on speed dial.
He's got to be on speed dial. So you're surprised.
So it really just depends. Like they haven't taken offensive line high before. The Chiefs have a very high standard for offensive linemen, and almost never in this part of the draft from 28 to 32, where they're always picking because they're always good. They never seem to fall in love with a player at the position like that, right? And they haven't here, even though there are still offensive linemen on the board that could be possible for other teams.
So we are on. Who's on?
Dallas traded with Detroit, so this is Detroit's natural pick.
Okay,
but Dallas is there. Dallas. We talked about Dallas. Let's talk more about Dallas.
Yes.
So, all in, Mike McCarthy. Both of us thought, we both like Mike. I've met Mike. I'm the famous person he talked to about analytics in the year he was fired or whatever. And I think he's a really bored, progressive coach. I think he's done a really good job with who he's had. I think he's really underrated. Winning 12 games 3 straight years, as you know, is hard.
It's hard.
Like, he's not a slouch. Everybody treats him like a slouch. And by the way, Chiefs led the NFL in drops. There's Marquez dropping a touchdown, but they still won the Super Bowl. But obviously with Dak's contract year coming up, with a lot of guys, and the Dallas Cowboys have drafted Will McClay. I mean, they do phenomenal work, right? As far as drafting, they don't miss very often. But then they get into these situations where they got to trade Amari Cooper for a 5th round pick. They got to cut Zeke with a big, so they're almost always they're close, and yet they're almost always hurt by their success, right? Because they get close and everybody expects them one year to win the Super Bowl, and then they don't, and then it ends up being a disappointing thing where I think expectations are always sky high for them, and they almost never reach them.
So when he says he's all in, and then we don't see, as you said earlier, right? We don't see him making big moves, and then they drop back. Do you think that is still all in? Like,
I think when he said he was all in, I think he said like this. When he said he was all in, he said McCarthy, Dak.
Yes.
Dak's cap hit is like $60 million, $55 million this year. Mm-hmm. So like when he said all in, he meant you guys are my guys. And the moment I get off of you guys, I am going to start cutting. I'm going to rebuild, right? When he said all in, he meant you guys who are on my team. I'm going in with you, not I'm going to add to you. And so I think people got that twisted a little bit.
So let's talk defense for a minute here. You don't think your idea of where we are? Dan Quinn leaves.
Mike Zimmer comes in.
Zim comes in.
Zimmer's a different defensive mind.
No question. Dan
Quinn evolved since he was with you. Dan Quinn was much more. Dan Quinn was a very cover 3 centric guy with you guys, also with Seattle. He went to Dallas. He used all the players interchangeably. Jaron Kearse was a safety linebacker. Your old guy, Keanu Neal, safety linebacker. Micah Parsons, edge linebacker. Mozzie Smith, all those guys, moved him around. Mike Zimmer is a sit in 4-2 base, play and play pattern match coverage and rush the passer with 4 and do the double A gap mug on 3rd down. That's who he is. And so, like, I kind of think that Dallas is going to go after that Edgerrin Cooper guy at some point. That linebacker, they want him to be the Anthony Barr of that defense, right?
Who's one of the guys that you were excited about.
Yeah.
I asked you the other day, what are you thinking about?
Yeah.
He's not a sleeper necessarily.
But he's not a first-round pick either.
No.
Well,
he might not. He might be. You never know.
But I think they also need offensive line. They lost Tyron Smith, left tackle, stalwart for them. They've lost some players along the offensive line as well. I think they also could use number 2 receiver. They have Cooks to go along with Lamb, but they lost. They cut Gallup, the Colorado State wide receiver, is number 3. They have a lot of needs.
Who do you think's making this pick? Who is making the call in Dallas right now, from your perspective?
Jerry, right? Or no? Well, Will McClay does a lot of good work. Like, it's right. I mean, he's the guy that he's behind the scenes doing a lot of the work, right?
Yeah, I mean, Will McClay is very talented. Will McClay should be a general manager somewhere. Will McClay, not respectfully, he is a family man, and I'm sure he doesn't want to leave anywhere until. Yeah. And I don't know his situation. That said, he's not just leaving. He's very well respected there. Dan Quinn speaks so highly of him. So do some of my other guys there on that staff. So it's good. I just ask you, excuse me, like, does Jerry make the pick? Does Stephen Jones make the pick? Or
is it Mike? Is Mike
right.
doing something there? Mike a very, we talk about Green Bay in a superlative way. Mike likes offensive linemen, right? You always took those guys. And it does look like Tyler Guyton, tackle Oklahoma.
Okay, so and we like Tyler Guyton. Have you spent any time looking at Tyler? I know we were talking about you.
6'7", 328.
No, he's a big old.
Yeah,
he's a big old dude for sure. I'm a little surprised. Maybe for a while there, I thought that he was going to go maybe a little bit earlier. But there's been a run on these guys, right?
Yeah, 5'19", so not quite as but 35 inch vertical. I mean, he's a guy that's an actual stud, right?
Yes, he's a smart, good instinct guy. He's a big guy. Again, 34 and an 1/8 arm. He's got the arm span for him, of course, as we're talking about. Has left and right tackle ability given his size. When you watch these guys. I'm not a big fan of guys that aren't like the big, the mirror guys, right? Playing off the left side, of course. And I'm saying he has his limitation in my mind to stop and start and to redirect. But he's a big guy, and he's got a big step to him. He can kick step. He can meet at the junction point. I'm just saying, the slide stuff. I've been worried about it. But he handles counter moves in the pass protection, like I said. Sustain second level. He can get out on plays as a run blocker. Go ahead.
We had balance as one of his best traits per Sumer Scouts. He was not quite as good on some of the basically like depth, like being able to get depth in pass pro per our guys at StatsBomb, which use the tracking data and stuff like that. Like it's kind of what you said. He's kind of going right where people thought he'd go. 27 and a half was his average draft position. So, Dallas is a good developer of offensive line.
They can definitely do.
But there's only so much you can work with at some level with some of these guys.
I mean, he's 22 years old. I mean, I just think a big kid who they can develop there, and they do a good job there.
So Baltimore's on the clock. Baltimore has lost a lot of people this year, right? Ortiz, Corey Krawick, they've lost Anthony Weaver, they've lost Mike McDonald, right? They've lost Jadeveon Clowney, who was big for them. It's yet they're picking at 30 again, right? Because they're a good franchise. Eric DeCosta is a phenomenal GM. Does a lot of good work here. They got skunked in the playoffs at times with their in the secondary by the Chiefs in the playoffs and for one half of play. They were amazing in the second half of that game. They're the best defense in the league by a country mile last year for most of the year. But you know, they could use some depth at corner. They could use some offensive line. You know, Ronnie Stanley, they restructured Ronnie Stanley's deal to basically take part of his salary and make it into incentive because Ronnie Stanley hasn't been able to stay on the field for the last few years. So they could go like this draft is a strength for them in O-line. You know, it's kind of fallen off a little bit, but places like defensive back, they just gave Rashad Bateman a contract extension, and they did really well with Zay Flowers last year in the first round. So I don't know if wide receiver is really their jam here. What do you think?
I don't think it's their jam. I'm not feeling it on the wide receiver side. I am feeling it potentially on the corner side. And, you know.
It does sound like they just announced it. Nate Wiggins, cornerback, Clemson.
Nice. I think that's a really good pick for them. Again, is that where he is? Is that what they're showing right now there?
That's Dallas with Guyton, I think.
Yeah, that's Guyton, yeah.
Guyton kind of looks Ricky Williams like that.
He kind of does. Nate Wiggins.
Bigger guy.
Nate Wiggins, another smoking fast guy, right?
Yep.
Really smooth. Very, very good athlete for that position. Ball skills. Lean. He is a very lean guy. And I think that's why he lasted as late as he did.
People shied away because of Emmanuel Forbes being a similar body type last year. Yep. And Washington took him in the teens, and he was benched last year. And like people kind of react to that. But he's very lean.
But he's like, again, he's made some big plays there.
By the way, is that Ozzie Newsome still in the?
Where do you see him? Yeah, sure is.
Ozzie Newsome in the draft room for the Ravens.
Who's he talking to there? I can't tell. Is that
people forget this though?
Oh, that's Bisciotti there. He's for sure.
Ozzie Newsome, a member of the 1995 Cleveland Browns, along with Thomas Dimitroff. One of the most talented buildings in football history of coaches and executives and scouts. Ozzie went on to do great things in Baltimore, of course.
You know, again, when just staying with Baltimore and you're talking about Nate Wiggins, he's got a lot of really good movement skills to him. We talked about this before. He's light, right? He's 73. So 173 at 6'1", that is a beanpole.
Yeah. You got to either put some weight on, but then you don't know how fast they're going to be when they weigh an extra.
Yeah, but he's a 2'8". I always said he's a 4'2". You put 10 pounds on him and he becomes a 3'8".
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, that doesn't matter.
We're okay.
Yeah,
we're okay
there.
there.
You can do it. I'm interested here. So there's 2 more picks left. Let me run a theory by you.
Okay.
Niners, Bills. The 5th-year option on tackles is pretty cheap. I do think that there is a possibility that a team wants to come up and draft an offensive lineman. Could it be Carolina at pick 33 trading up here? Could it be New England coming up and getting back in the first round and getting a guy to surround Drake May with? Do we see another trade? Because we've only seen 4 so far. The betting market on the day was 5.5.
Okay. We saw 4?
We've seen 4.
Okay.
And 2 of them were by Kwesi.
Yeah.
So that, and one by Brett Veach and one by the Detroit Lions. So I also think San Francisco here, they've atrophied at offensive line significantly since their first Super Bowl. Last year, they made the Super Bowl, but Trent Williams was really their only good offensive lineman. They could go Jackson Powers Johnson, the center here. I think that would make a lot of sense. Your old guy, Alex Mack, was phenomenal for them when he came over from the Falcons to play in Shanahan's scheme. They really haven't had that since. Laken Tomlinson left. They haven't filled that void either. And obviously, they're one of their former first-round picks from Notre Dame. What's the guy? Right tackle. McGlinchey.
McGlinchey.
Yeah, McGlinchey left in free agency to go to Denver, and they really haven't responded there. So they have needs at tackle, guard, and center, and they're in a draft that has a lot of tackles, guards, and centers. There, however, was rumors today, Thomas, that the Niners were going to draft a wide receiver because they're thinking about trading Brandon Ayuk.
Wow, I've not heard that. Your ears to the ground.
Yeah,
I didn't know they were thinking about trading Brandon Ayuk. Okay.
So,
I'm still fixated on Nate Wiggins for a minute just before we move on. So I know San Fran's on the clock here.
You're a big fan.
Well, I am, but I'm also, I am a fan of people that can move like this. I'm excited for Baltimore to have someone like this, and they must have figured out what they needed to figure out on the size. Some of those guys run hard, they run fast, and then once they settle in, again, I know I've already said that, they get in, they get a little more mature. And I think at that point they can gain some of the weight, and I think that's important. But nevertheless, you're talking about San Fran, and I'm going to be really interested. You think it's going to be O-line, huh?
Yes, but yeah, but they have needs on defense too. I mean, I don't know.
These picks back here at the back end of the draft, and remember,
they've done poorly over the last 5 or 6 years. And fifth year option exercising of these picks has been pretty poor. 1 and 3, 2 and 5 as far as the rate is concerned. These picks have oftentimes been really hard for the teams that have taken them. I think a lot of that is because teams are not taking premium positions, but I think a lot of it is also just due to just the drop off in talent.
I wonder, you were mentioning it before, but as far as trade up, right? How many people trade out of that back end of the first?
It hasn't happened.
Well, Denver did it. I remember doing it a few years ago when John Elway was there.
Yep.
What precipitates an org to say, I'm getting out of the first round?
I think usually before the new CBA in 2020, it was always teams coming back in to get a premium player with a fifth year option, like quarterback like Lamar Jackson or a quarterback like Teddy Bridgewater in 2014. That hasn't actually happened. A team hasn't traded back into the first round since 2020. So it's because they've made the fifth year option more expensive. Wow. Okay, so we have a
trade?
No. Well.
Oh, okay.
We had a misread on the feed here. So the feed initially said that the 49ers had taken Cooper DeJean, but they have actually taken Ricky Pershill, wide receiver, Florida.
Whoa. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Wow.
And who gave you that feed on?
Just looking at the league feed, Thomas.
I was trying to find out who we can get into on this. Let me just pull up Ricky. If you can pull him up for some reason.
He's very good. He has very good measurables. I'll say that.
Well, I don't know why I'm just
Pearsall. Pearsall is how you say his name, not Pershill.
I know that he
20,
Go ahead.
23, 24 years old.
Yep. He's a 6'1", 189 guy, right? He runs a 4.4. Good football player.
6'4" in the 3 cone.
That's very good.
42-inch vert.
He's got ability to play inside, right? He can stop and start the way we want him to start. He's got the ability to move and separate. Runs his routes the way you would like to see someone like this run it. I'm probably a little bit surprised. There were a couple others, but I mean, who was left on the board at the
and we have a trade back into the Carolina's moved up 1 pick, 33 to 32.
They have, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do they go for the center here for Jackson Powers Johnson, or is it wide out?
I think it might be wide out.
I'm calling this the Bill. This is the Bill Polian move. Carolina to Buffalo.
What about Adonai?
Adonai Mitchell. Could be Adonai Mitchell. Yeah.
Because Ricky, I'm just a little surprised. He's not a special guy, of course. Not a real deep threat. He's a good football player, consistent. Only surprised, were there a couple other guys there that could tear it off the top? Anyway, Adonai, he might be the guy.
Yeah.
You think they're coming up?
Pearsall's the pick. I think that Buffalo probably bails out of the pick.
Yeah.
So this will be interesting. Carolina's there. So Pearsall, let's go with him.
Yeah,
so
let's talk about him.
You're looking at Ayuk. So Samuel's kind of the factor back wide receiver, but he's been diminished a little bit because of McCaffrey being there. Ayuk's the better receiver, but they're paying everybody all the money, so they can't really. So it'll be interesting to see what goes on here.
Well, Ricky is not. Even though he ran a 4.4, good speed, right?
Yeah.
He's not one that shows it. You don't watch him on the field thinking, "Wow, this guy plays." I don't think he plays. He's not like he plays fast. He's a good, competitive, consistent receiver, a go-to type of guy. He does add some depth as a punt returner.
Mhm.
and he's solid there. It's not like, so comes back to, I don't know. I think he's just one of those guys that I've heard it being described as being a quarterback friendly receiver because he offers you a number of different things and a number of elements of versatility.
Yep. And it looks like, okay, so we got to wait a little bit here, I think, on the docket here for Carolina, but they've made their pick. Thomas, this one's a little bit surprising.
You've already seen it? Guys, you guys are killing me here. I'm usually on the front end of this, and I'm just it's surprising. Okay. And it's Carolina moving up.
They're taking a local kid, South Carolina wide receiver Xavier Legette.
Oh, okay. Well.
First round.
But we did talk about them taking a receiver.
Yeah, first round wide receiver.
You just thought it was okay. Well, we need to talk about him. Pull his grades up here. I don't want to BS this one because, he is our group. Let me just go here. Are you looking it up?
Yeah. So 23 years old.
Yep.
He ran a 4.39, 40-inch vert, 24 reps on the bench. I mean, he's Deebo Samuel, right? I mean, like that's what people want him to be, right? 24 bench press reps, 40-inch vert, 4.39 in the 40, kind of a hulked out guy, right? What do you think? What did?
Sounds like a Dan Morgan guy.
Yeah, it sounds like a Dan Morgan guy. Yeah,
hulked out, strong.
Yeah. I don't know. This is a.
What did you say his height was again?
6'1".
6'1". Okay.
Yeah. So he's like I like this. I mean, they're trying to get the ball out of Bryce Young's hands early.
That's where
and get the run after the catch. They got Damian Lewis. They got Robert Hunt in the free agency at guard. They already have, they had Ike Ekwonu at tackle, who they took in the top 10 a few years ago. So so this is a pick, and it's interesting because Xavier came out and said that the Panthers told him they would take him. Remember that?
They did, yes.
And so Panthers, true to their word here, take Xavier Legette.
I think you can only imagine how much concern there was in that organization last year with the quarterback who is obviously very talented, however is 5'10", right?
Yep.
They needed to continue to build that offensive line. I think that's going to be really important for them. And to your point, going after receiver to continue to supply. But where are they on the O-line?
The center's the one place they have a need on the O-line, and so Jackson Powers Johnson falls out of round one. We are done with round one, by the way, so we've made it through second annual SumerSports draft show.
Booger wearing orange. I guess back to this is where are they going to go with that offensive line, and how can they continue to protect? Do you think that they've achieved what they needed to achieve in free agency? Yeah,
I mean they've gotten Clowney, Kalavion Chason, and like on defense, I feel like they've added some pieces. They got rid of Brian Burns, right? That they have picked 39 tomorrow. On offensive line, they got Robert Hunt and Damian Lewis to play guard. They spent $20 million a year on Robert Hunt, and I would think another 17 or so, 18 or so on Damian Lewis. So up the middle, they've at least gotten some veterans there. Tommy Tremble's their only tight end, and at wide receiver, they got Deontay Johnson to go with their new guy here. So
I just want to see them to continue to put the pieces around around a quarterback that a lot of eyes are on right now, right? It's really important. And look, we didn't get the comp on it yet, right? I'm very curious.
I haven't seen. I have to look and see what the comp. I mean, it's one pick, but it's the fifth-year option that they're getting there. So
here we go. Is that it?
Oh, okay. So six. So they just swapped fifth and sixth round picks. That's a pretty good deal for Panthers.
Yeah, it is.
That's not that much.
No, I think it's a good idea for them to move up. That's a good deal.
Yeah.
And Brant Tillis. How involved do you think Brant was in the operation of the picking? Do you know?
I think very involved. I think he and Dan Morgan are hand in hand on this, and,
Right.
and I think Dan's a very smart football guy, and I think that things are moving up for the Panthers. They made some real. I mean, Deontay Johnson's a very sound move, for example, and then they got Josie Jewell in to play linebacker. They got Dane Jackson to play corner. There's a pretty. They're moving in the right direction there, which they needed to be.
Just like you just said, and you alluded to, I mean, and I know you speak very highly of Brant Tillis. He's a very good addition to this organization.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to help him in a lot of different ways, along with Dan, who's a really good football mind. Those two guys coming together, very smart mind of Brant, right, who you know well, and Dan and the group there, right? How they're gonna put together that team is going to be really, really important for them. And David Tepper, as we know, is a heavy analytics guy. So I'm hoping that an organization like that continues to really dig in and understand the importance of data.
Yep. So we are all through the 31 picks. Thomas, before we wrap up and send it to our guys for their post-game show, it's been a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm.
Always fun to chop up football with you. When you look back on this first round, what are two picks that stand out to you?
Well,
it seems like forever ago, 6 quarterbacks went in the top 12.
yes.
Like that seems like it's like 3 hours ago, but it happened. That was big.
I love the fact, first of all, that the first 3 picks went the way they did for every one of those teams.
Yep.
We don't even need to talk about Chicago anymore, but Dan Quinn, to make sure they got Jaden Daniels, is great. I love the fact that the Patriots are able to go in there and take a quarterback like Drake May and build with him and grow with him, because they need it desperately, in my mind. Stay with quarterbacks. I mean, I think there's going to be a lot of talk in this town about Michael Penix and the direction of, even a guy like Kirk Cousins, who's going to do really good things. Does that mean Michael is going to be a backup for 2 years? Those are the kind of things that I know is going to have to be answered.
There's going to be more questions about that pick than there are answers right now.
But, I mean, he is a good football player, called the way it is. I think the only question is how far back could they have moved? A lot of times, just so you know, people get intel, and they're like, look, we knew A, B, and C were going to potentially take Michael by 15, right? So you never know. So I think those were big.
Yeah.
Those are big
Yeah,
time
for
moves.
me, it's Brock Bowers to the Raiders was really interesting.
Yep.
I thought that like you bringing up the fact that Telesco was in Indy for a while, and like that makes a lot of sense to me. I think that the value that teams in the 20s got, the Lions with Terrion Arnold, the Eagles with Quinyon Mitchell, the Nate Wiggins to the Baltimore Ravens. I thought there was a lot of value to be had there by the corners that fell. I even think the wide receivers that fell, right? You got Worthy to the Chiefs. You got, and then there was kind of some interesting ones at the end with guys who weren't necessarily locks to be in the first round, like Leggett and Persiel. Like those guys. That was an interesting one at the end.
Did we put a final calculation on how many offensive players went? Because as you're looking for that, my thought is back to that, right? That it took so long to go defense, and when it went defense, it went pretty darn good defenders, right? But I think in the very end, that is, we knew that it was going to be a heavy offensive draft. We knew the positions that were going to be, short, i.e. running back, right? We knew.
If I counted correctly, 9 defensive players. So that meant 23 offensive players.
Okay.
6 quarterbacks, 9 offensive linemen.
Okay.
Which actually number of offensive linemen went under because of it was 9.5. And so we had a couple upsets at the end. I think Baltimore and San Francisco could have went offensive line, and they didn't. They went with players away from the ball. But man, this has been fun. We really want to thank our sponsors at Underdog Fantasy for all of their work. Again, Sumer as the promo code will get you 100% match up to $100 on underdog.com. My favorite fantasy football website. We want to really appreciate them for their sponsoring of this show. They also sponsor the SumerSports 2024 Draft Show on SiriusXM, which will be Saturday morning, previewing the third day of the draft. I want to thank Matt Stopsky, our producer extraordinaire. I want to thank everybody at Sumer for all their support. Thomas and I are just 2 people in a company full of really, really smart people. And we want to thank Ben Brown, Tej Seth, Shawn Syed, and Sam Bruchhaus for their work in Detroit. Please come back to our YouTube site as soon as this show is done for their post-game show. So for Thomas Dimitroff, this has been Eric Eager. This has been the SumerSports 2024 Draft Show.